Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Let's see here. Go. Should be up to date. Data area. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully, everybody is doing all right. And got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. One over here for Cincinnati, Ohio, Florence, Independence, Batavia, and also another one over here near Maysville and West Union. Both of these guys are warned for 1-inch hail, 60 miles per hour winds. And as you can see, we do also have a severe thunderstorm watch out there. That's going to be for parts of Kentucky, Ohio, also West Virginia, Pennsylvania, going into Virginia as well. Potentially the first of a few. I wouldn't be surprised to see this severe thunderstorm watch get pushed all the way into Northern Virginia later on today. That is certainly a possibility. Also, heading over to here, we have a little bit of an update to our severe weather risk. As you guys can see, we do have an enhanced risk out there for severe weather that's going to be for areas like Charleston, Montgomery, Oak Hill, Beckley, or just north of Beckley, Craigsville, Staunton, Grottos. I would assume that's what that is. Harrisonburg, Broadway, Parsons, Elkin, Weston, also Clarksburg up there as well, with the slight risk around that extending from Washington through Roanoke, Morgantown, Parkersburg, Huntington, Lexington, also over here near Danville, Nicholasville, Portsmouth, there, Athens, Marietta. And then we have a marginal risk 1 out of 5 around that, extending into parts of even Delaware, moving into parts of even Tennessee and into Pennsylvania as well. Our tornado risk for today is going to be small and rather brief, but there is going to be one today. That's going to be for, again, same areas there that are kind of near that enhanced risk and also extending off to the west a little bit. Here for Huntington, Wirtland, Portsmouth, Vanceburg as well. And then we have a 2% around that, extending all the way just to the west of Washington near Lexington there. And then also, we have the reason for our enhanced risk is going to be those damaging winds out here for, the same areas that we just called out for that enhanced risk is going to be also under a severe thunderstorm watch and a 30% wind risk. So that's going to be a 30% chance of that 60 mile per hour wind and above there. So that's why we have an enhanced risk. And then around that, in the same area where the slight risk is, we have a 15% chance for some damaging winds there as well, but the 5% around that for the same thing. And then also some potential for some hail out there, which we're already starting to see over here near the Cincinnati and Maysville area. And that's going to be for those 1-inch hail storms and above, potentially getting as high as golf ball sized hail is going to be possible today out there. So if you live in these regions, just make sure that you are paying attention, to your weather alerts. You can come over here, stick with me. We'll be live throughout at the very least, the main tornado risk today, just depending on how it materializes today, because it's a pretty conditional day in terms of tornadoes, but the winds could get a little bit dicey here today. That almost seems like a guarantee at this point. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. You'll be out covering Fayette County in West Virginia today. All right. Afternoon. Welcome. Yeah. You too, Adam. From Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Welcome. What are you doing here? To be honest, I just missed this. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. But yeah, my thoughts on today. Let's kind of go over that. As of right now, we're still kind of waiting for that lower level jet to kick into Kentucky. These storms should mainly be just a hail risk out there that are over there. And those will eventually kind of track into this area. Our instability is out there, so the severe weather risk is going to be ramping up for the next hour or two. And as soon as our lower level jet can get started here into Kentucky, that's when we're going to start to be watching out for that potential for some tornadoes being possible. And that really shouldn't get to its peak until we start to see some of these storms fire as well into the Kentucky region, which we're not quite seeing just yet. But we do already have some severe thunderstorm warnings and an upgrade to kind of go over. Hello, welcome. What are the symbols around the Tennessee? Oh, these things down here, these are little cameras down there in the Tennessee area. live cameras down there. They're like put onto like towers and lights and stuff that are in the area or buildings. Hello from Zinnia, Ohio. It's pretty dark here right now. Yeah. There is some storms trying to fire over there in the Ohio region. Let's come back over to our radar, and as you can see, we do have a storm approaching the Cincinnati area, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. You guys are going to start to see that lightning ramp up. Also, some heavier rain as well, and the potential for some quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds that are going to be making it into your area. Frederick County in northwestern Maryland. So like over here near like Cumberland and Hagerstown and also Frederick. You guys aren't in, no parts of Maryland are in a severe thunderstorm watch yet, but I do have a feeling that if these storms are, producing tornadoes in Virginia, or if they're just producing, widespread damaging winds by the time they get to like western or central West Virginia, then they'll probably extend that severe thunderstorm watch a little bit further off to the east, if I had to guess. So there's definitely a potential there for you guys. Damaging winds will probably be your highest threat over there with a small chance for tornadoes. But the storms should struggle, honestly. After they get past the mountains, they should struggle to hold on to each other into Virginia. But we'll see, just how they look once we get there. What's it looking for? Bluff City and Bristol, Tennessee area. As of right now, so the only area where we're kind of worried about some chances, pretty small chances, but some chances for severe weather is going to be kind of here in the Tennessee area. Not very widespread, and it's going to be a marginal risk there. Further down to the south, like near Nashville and southern Tennessee, just mainly thunderstorms, maybe a couple of gusty winds, but it shouldn't be anything too intense. You're in Boston. Tell her to just be aware. Yeah, yeah. It's not going to be like overly dangerous out there in the Maryland area, but there could definitely still be some damaging winds through that area. So if you live in one of those areas in Maryland that really doesn't have like a whole lot of like really strong power infrastructure, power outages will probably be your main concern. Also, if you have any outdoor plans, I would certainly, put them on hold if they're going to be at the nighttime. What is going on with my map? Let me reload this, see if that fixes it. There we go. For Pennsylvania, up here in Pennsylvania, there is going to be a marginal risk for severe weather out here. That's mainly going to be for Pittsburgh, going through Altoona, Harrisburg. Your main risk is going to be those damaging winds potential, but it's going to be a hit or miss whether or not that instability actually makes it that far up to the north there. As of right now, that instability isn't quite up into the Pennsylvania area, but over the next couple of hours, it just might nose into the southern portions of Pennsylvania with maybe a little bit more of an elevated damaging wind and hail threat further above that. But it's going to be kind of hard for those storms to hang on. Most of our coverage in terms of the storms will probably the highest risk, I would say, in the Pennsylvania area, and albeit relatively pretty low of a risk, is going to be over here near like Waynesburg, Masontown, Dunkard, Uniontown, Spring Hill, Mayersdale, and Hindman. They're in like very extreme southwestern Pennsylvania. Watching from Live Oak, Florida. All right. Well, welcome. How are y'all doing today, by the way? How have y'all been enjoying your quiet weather week? Y'all haven't had to see me for so long. For Cincinnati, we're monitoring a severe thunderstorm that is about to come into the Cincinnati area. Still warned for wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This should be a minimal tornado threat at this point. Mainly just worried about hail and some damaging winds, and it's just about there. I would say the leading edge should be making it into downtown Cincinnati here shortly, and then give it a couple minutes, and it's probably going to be pushing into like Fort Thomas or Walnut Hills, North College Hill, eventually into Alexandria there, into parts of Kentucky and Ohio. Doing all right, doing all right. Hoping for a chill day today, but it does seem like most models are in agreement that we should start to see some storms fire down here shortly. And those are going to be our main storms for the day. These ones up here should stay out of the worst of the wind shear. These are mainly going to be an elevated hail and damaging wind threat up here. I'd be very surprised to see rotation start this early. Manchester. So for Kentucky, it's really going to be from like Frankfort, Campbellsville, Glasgow, over there near Jenkins, Prestonburg, also Wortland. You guys are going to have a threat. The further east you go, probably the higher tornado risk you're going to have here into. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Jeez Louise. Over here into like eastern Kentucky. So I would be watching out there, but again, it's conditional today. It's not, there is no guarantee for tornadoes. And in fact, if we go over to the tornado risk, you can see that, we have a pretty small area where our tornado risk will be heightened today. And as you can see, it's mainly over here near like Vanceburg, Grayson, Sandy Hook, Moorhead, and Paintsville, where we're going to have the highest likelihood for tornadoes. But, the highest likelihood is about a 5% chance. So it's not going to be like a super duper active day. Could have a decent amount of severe thunderstorm warnings and can't rule out a couple of tornadoes. So it's just kind of one of those days where you got to be weather aware. How's northeastern? Yeah, so we just went over that. Pretty much the same thing I just said goes for you as well. KLT. I mean, if you live over here near like Flemingsburg and Prestonburg, your tornado risk is going to be elevated as we go throughout the day, especially when these storms start to fire back over in this region, but they haven't quite done that just yet. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Hey, Christine, welcome, welcome. Just got quarter-sized hail. Well, where are you at? Hey, Selena, welcome. How about Beckley? Beckley. Let me see where Beckley is. I don't know where Beckley is, unfortunately. I feel like, oh yeah, I have seen it before. You are, I think, going to be just outside of that 5% tornado risk. But damaging winds are certainly going to be an issue. Maybe a tornado or two could be possible near you, but your main threat that you're probably going to see out of this storm is going to be those damaging winds as they roll through the mountains. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis, Adams, and Scioto in Ohio. That's going to be in Kentucky. That's going to be, I think, this one. Yeah. So we now have a $half sized hail with the storm. And that hail core is over here just to the south of Bentonville, potentially a little bit of it about to go into Bentonville. Still pushing off towards the east, towards Concord, Lynx, Blue Grove, and Wamsley. Interesting. Interesting town name. Tuning in from southwestern Pennsylvania. All right. And believe it or not, we already have a storm chaser that's live out there right now. This is PA Storm Trackers. If you guys live in Pennsylvania and you want to have, a storm chaser in which represents the Pennsylvania area, PA Storm Trackers are going to be your guys and gals. They are a mixture of guys and gals. But yeah, you can see as of right now, they have abandoned Pennsylvania and have headed towards West Virginia. Because again, the main threat's in the West Virginia area. But I guarantee anytime there's a 5% tornado risk, or maybe even a 2% tornado risk, maybe even not a tornado risk, just hailstorms, these guys are usually going to be live in the Pennsylvania area. So I would certainly go check them out, give them a subscribe, and you never know when, them driving around in your state in their local area is going to benefit you. Did I get a haircut? No. Well, I got a haircut like a month ago. Yeah, as you can see right now in the West Virginia area, conditions are sunny, partly cloudy, 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure if I believe that. Is that true? Is that really what's happening up there? Is it really that warm in West Virginia right now? That seems a little hot. Let me double check in on that. Let me just make sure. Oh yeah, there are some parts of West Virginia that are sitting in those 80-degree temperatures. Not 79 is the highest one I'm seeing observed. No, 82 degrees actually as well. Wow. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot for you guys, even for April. Well, what's your lunch, Jared? I mean, you can't say food in this chat and get away with it without telling us what you're eating. All right, looks like that storm is now moved through the downtown area of Cincinnati, is now pushing off towards the east, towards Norwood and Newtown. New Richmond and Amelia are going to be after that. And it looks like we might have just gotten another update here. Yeah, they just upped the hail size now to to ping pong. I think that is ping pong ball sized hail. And that's going to be going towards still towards like Concord and the edge of Appalachia. Further up to the north will probably be smaller hail. That main hail core, though, is sitting pretty much directly over Manchester, just to the west of Concord, there in Kentucky and Ohio. Especially since it was 20s this weekend. Yeah, y'all have had quite the temperature flip, and you're going to get another one after this storm kind of rolls through. It's going to bring some more cooler air into the area, so you'll probably see a nice little cool down. What? Oh my gosh! It's actually look at this, 82 degrees. Wow, y'all are sweating up there. It's as hot as it is over there in West Virginia as it is where I am here in northern Alabama. Dang, it's really hot up the coast, all the way 80s, all the way up, making it into Virginia as well. Where's our furthest north 80 degree? I guess right here in West Virginia is that furthest north 80 degree mark there. Yeah, how does that make y'all feel this early in the year in West Virginia, getting those 80 degree temperatures? Are y'all used to that? You like it or not? It's already freaking hot here. Looking forward to summer. Yeah, I mean, if it's already getting 82 degrees there in West Virginia, you guys might try to hit 100 this year. We'll see. And there's that ping pong ball sized hail. Seems to be a little bit late there. Let me give a little refresh to our warning system here. There you go. Hate the heat. 84 here in West North Carolina. Oh, wow. Yeah. North Carolina is pretty much almost the entire state of North Carolina is in those 80 degree temperatures right now. It's only the coast that's kind of still hanging on in the 70s with that probably in some sort of an onshore breeze. Also, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Georgetown, Augusta, and Ripley. That's going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as that moves off to the east. 71 here in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I mean, it's we can go a little bit further north, change our sector a little bit further to the north, bring up our observations. Yeah, the 70 degree temperatures are almost making it up into New York. Almost making it up. 65 there in southwestern New York. That's about the hottest. Oh, 66 over here near, I think that's near Albany. So yeah, y'all are toasting up there. That's toasty for you guys. It's 50 degrees in Maine as well. But yeah, that will certainly cool down though as time goes on. 72 degrees in central Indiana. You see, that 72 degrees sounds like no temperature to me. But does that feel hot in Indiana? Because I know that you guys kind of get a bigger swing than some of the folks, further up to the north and east. Windy, chilly in Nebraska today. Gotcha. Yeah, toasty. You had some snow on Saturday. Now you have the windows open. Yeah. You guys have been getting the probably the most whiplash in terms of our temperatures over these past couple of days. It gets nice and cool, and it's going to do that again. It's going to get nice and cool again up here in the Ohio Valley in the Northeast with another heat up coming eventually. And thank you, Rick Adkins, for the $10. Do appreciate that. 82 degrees here in Huntington. Would it be possible to get a timeline for the storms to hit here? Yeah, we could do that really quick. Let me get this up really quick. We'll do a quick timeline. We talked about it a lot in a video, but I don't think a lot of people got recommended that video. So you guys are probably, at least from my perspective, unaware of the timeline of these storms. Heck, you might even be unaware of the storms altogether. All right, so this is the latest 18Z model run here. We got the 19Z coming in, but it's not quite in just yet. So we have some of these storms over here near Cincinnati. Those are going to eventually push, these ones over here will push off to the east, but as you can see, they're kind of few and far in between. And then eventually we should see some storms start to fire further down to the south here in the Louisville area. And then those will kind of push off over near Charleston by around 7 p.m. We're going to have a line of storms potentially as far south as Richmond, Bowling Green, and Clarksville. I would say the trough seems a little bit more progressive then what this model is indicating, you could see that it has these storms trying to intensify at around 4 p.m. when they're already at severe limits. So I would say the HRRR is a little bit behind the ball here and compared to what we are observing with our eyeballs. There is some potential that we get a little bit more forcing here, into Lexington, Richmond area, more likely around like 3 or 4 p.m. Rather than 6 p.m. But we'll see what ends up actually happening. If it takes that long for them to form, then that would be interesting. Especially given the fact that what we're seeing right now, they're already starting to get severe capabilities. Okay, I just want to check to see if that 19Z was in, but it's not yet. But yeah, as these continue to push off to the east, I would subtract like an hour or two from this just in case. These storms are a little bit more widespread. But yeah, at around 8 p.m., 7, 8 p.m., or realistically like 5, 6 p.m., we might see some storms already popping up over here into parts of West Virginia, Charleston as well. So watch out for that potential risk there. There's going to be some lower level winds there, also some upper level winds, and those will combine to cause some spin in the atmosphere. This will probably be pretty close to the peak of our tornado threat as those push off to the east. And then eventually, after they pass through the West Virginia and Virginia mountains, they're going to struggle to hold on into parts of Virginia as we go into around, anywhere from 9 to 11 p.m. And as you can see over here near Washington, D.C. is kind of where we're seeing some pinks over here. So maybe could have some damaging winds still existing as far east as, kind of just south of Baltimore, near the Baltimore area, and Manassas, Dale City there in Virginia, with mainly just widespread thunderstorms extending all the way back into areas like Bowling Green, Kentucky. But yeah, for the most part, southern Kentucky should just mainly be rain and thunder. And then after this line just kind of dies off, maybe some thunderstorms tomorrow over there in Pennsylvania, but it should be pretty calm tomorrow. As you can see, we get some dry air kind of work through the area, and we're not really seeing too much, initiate out there. So that's pretty much the rough timeline. Again, it's a little bit, it's always kind of hard to tell when these storms are going to get started. It does seem, though, like we might be getting a little bit of an earlier start, given the fact that we already have some, ping pong ball sized hail there north of Vanceburg. No rotation as of right now, thankfully. Yeah, no problem. This is going to be more the linear, less discrete the models are showing. That is certainly possible. It could be more linear. I mean, that's what the winds are kind of indicating as well. In the mid levels, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but you could have a little bit discrete to semi-discrete supercells out there in that sheer environment. Could certainly try to produce a tornado. So, all right, we just got an extension here of our severe thunderstorm warning. Still ping pong ball sized hail heading towards the Shawnee State Forest in Portsmouth area there in Kentucky and Ohio. And it looks like for Cincinnati, that first round is done. Could potentially have another round of storms trying to make it into Cincinnati. Florence and Independence here in parts of Kentucky and Ohio. Is Petersburg, Virginia, okay? For now, you guys are going to be just chilling. Everybody in Virginia is going to have to wait a little while before the storms get there. Your stuff is going to mainly be later on tonight. I hope Copy gets on that southern cell. Oh, you mean over here near Portsmouth? Is he in Kentucky? I would assume he'd be set up over here near like Lexington, if I had to guess. In my opinion, this storm will probably not become tornadic. Mainly just a hail threat as of right now. What we're waiting for, essentially, is not only just for storms to fire, but also for our lower level shear to increase. Let me go switch this over to the right sector. According to most models, our lower level shear, yeah, so it's already starting. over here in Kentucky. You can see that we haven't really had much happening down here until very recently. Just got our first little, I guess we could call it a shear blip, a shear blip over here into Kentucky. That's going to, eventually strengthen throughout the day, should spread out, and then eventually we should get around 30 knots of shear. And then that's when our tornado threat's probably going to be at its highest. You have hail in Moscow, Ohio. Where's Moscow? Oh, yeah, there it is. Yep. Yeah, you guys got a little bit of hail there. That is for sure. Yeah, it's going to last for potentially 5 to 10 minutes and then eventually headed to Georgetown. So you heard it there in chat first. Georgetown, there is hail in Moscow, Ohio. And that's going to be coming into Georgetown next. Hail is intense in Moscow. Okay, thank you for that update. We have a potentially, like, how much hail is it? Is it big hail or is it just a lot of smaller hail? Topic is in Ohio. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he lives somewhere in like the northern portion of Ohio. Yeah, we got PA storm trackers out there. They are in West Virginia, kind of positioned for the main threat of the day. So I'm not sure if they're going to be meandering into Ohio later or not. We should also have eventually um, Tornado Pagey live out there. I don't see a stream scheduled yet. Look at this. They actually have a map now. It's been so hard to keep track of the PA storm trackers, and they officially now have a map. Well, that's good. Hillsboro, Ohio is getting clouded in now. Yeah, there's going to be clouds. There's probably clouds really all the way from like Portsmouth up into Lancaster, Springfield, and Dayton. Probably all clouds. And in fact, we can confirm that with satellite. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much cloudy all the way from, Columbus, Chillicothe going into West Virginia. And then back over here, deep into our warm sector, we do have an initiating boundary out here that's kind of just waiting to convect some storms. We shall see. Yinzer fans. Where does the word Yinzer come from, by the way? I've been seeing that a lot. New severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence, Ironton, and Wirtland. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you guys live in this area, just be in your indoors and away from windows, and y'all will be all right. It's a PA thing, yeah, but like, where does it come from? Just wondering. AG noticed that she has to go to the dentist today. Interesting. If we get a tornado warning, you'll start streaming probably. All right. Left marble-sized hail. Okay. So we got some reports out of here through Moscow, which actually got pretty much a direct hit from this hailstorm of some marble-sized hail. That's going to be heading into Felicity here soon, and then eventually is going to try to push into Georgetown, Russellville, and Red Oak. There also south of Cincinnati. It looks like Cincinnati is getting another round, but it's just going to be some lighter rain, maybe some thunder in there. Looks like that hail core is going to go south of Cincinnati and staying into Kentucky. Probably going to head into Alexandria and New Richmond with that pink hail core there over the next 20 minutes to 30 minutes there. It originates from the Pittsburgh dialect, specifically from the use of the word yins, which is a second person plural pronoun similar to you all, and use yins. Okay. Interesting. Where Mothman lives? Who's Mothman? What are y'all talking about? Y'all got like a superhero up there in Ohio? Look him up. Okay. Oh boy. What am I? Is this going to be bad? Mothman. Some some mythical creature that doesn't exist. Gotcha. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. Mothman, some science fiction thing. Like the chupacabra of Ohio, it appears. Cryptid of all time. Okay. It looks like this storm still has a pretty healthy hail core on it, moving off just north of Garrison. Oh, that's in West Virginia. Okay. 3 different tornadoes. I did a search and rescue on one of them for a week with no electricity. Oh my goodness. That sounds like a rather intense experience, Kara. Glad you guys are all right. And for a week with no electricity, that's rough. In the low 70s in the Schenectady area. Yeah, it's pretty hot up there. That's for sure. We'll see. They made it direwolf cubs. That's what I heard, but I haven't seen any videos or photos of them. Just an announcement that they made them. So, yeah. Until I actually see that thing grow up to be direwolf size, which, by the way, direwolves are like from well long time ago. Uh, but they're huge when they get to full grown state. So I mean, if they really did it, we'll see. But just the fact that they're announcing things with no photos or like DNA proof, it makes me real skeptical. But hey, if they do that, I mean, why is my question? Like those things are huge and like extremely deadly. Like just their babies are huge. They're just giant wolves. Do y'all really want people bringing those guys out of extinction? It's like saying, "Hey Evan, did you hear they just made a T-Rex again?" It's like, great. That's what we need. More T-Rexes and dire wolves. Sounds like wonderful idea. Just clone a T-Rex. I don't think anybody legitimately wants that. Saw a movie where they brought dinosaurs back to life. Didn't turn out good. Yeah, it never does. It never does. And the goat population will go down, you know. So that's a big no from for T Rexes. Thank you, Dave B, for gifting one gifted membership. Thank you so much. If you guys get a membership from Dave B, make sure you say thank you. Melissa got one. All right. Our picture of woolly mice. Woolly mice, mammoths are next. Yeah, okay. I'll believe it when I see it. You know, they've been talking about that cloning technology for a long time, and it is based off of science. Like, there is a science behind cloning, and they have cloned pets before. You know, I don't see, it's just whether or not they can find viable DNA. If they can, and it happens, I'll believe it when I see it. I will definitely not go to the dire wolf exhibit, as that sounds like a recipe. That sounds like just like your classic, Jurassic Park scenario. Some old dude walking around with a mosquito in his cane, acting all confident that he just created something that he wasn't supposed to, and then all of a sudden they break out of a cage and you're running for your life. Like that just doesn't sound interesting. Cloning scares you, it's not natural. It actually is. I mean, it's pretty darn natural. Is it supposed to happen? No, but technically they grow it like a regular baby. Are they using science to do so? Yes, but are they manipulating anything that's not natural? Like, no. Is it good? Depends on what they clone. Why not? Like, that's what I don't understand. Everybody wants to clone like the velociraptors, the dinosaurs. They want to clone the dire wolves, the woolly mammoths, like things that will obviously escape and hurt a lot of people. Like, why don't they clone like the cute animals from the past? Like, are there not any cute animals from the past that we can clone? Like, why do they gotta only do the deadly ones? Like, there's gotta be like, there's probably some sort of like I don't know, giant species of rabbit or something that's just like the cutest thing that's ever existed, and like we've never even known of that amount of cuteness before. But no, we want the things that will literally eat those rabbits in one bite. That's what we want back. That's what we're gonna clone first. The dodo bird. I think dodo birds were pretty deadly. I don't think they were. I don't think they were docile. All right, latest thing going on over here near New Richmond. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning here. Just got an upgrade. All right, got an update. Looks like they're going to allow this one to expire. So that one's going to be out of here. And it looks like Georgetown now has half dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. And then after that's going to be Russellville. Don't do the flying dinosaurs. Yeah, those ones, yeah. Like the pterodactyls, like it's one thing to have something on legs chasing you, but something that can fly. I feel like it's harder to evade that, and definitely more scary just knowing that they could be anywhere at all times, about to prance on you, about to swoop down and pick you up like a worm. I don't like that. Let's just not bring anything back. Like, I understand if you don't want them back because it feels unnatural, totally acceptable. But like, also let's not bring it back to like, it's like we're the top of the food chain right now. Like, yeah, tigers would maybe mess with us, but they respect us actually more than people think. They rarely attack humans unless humans get way too close and like in their territory. But like a T-Rex does not care about territory. It's just like, oh, you're food. All right. With the P in pterodactyl. I don't know, man. There's something showing up on PA Storm Tracker stream here. A little bit of darkness on the right side of the screen. I'm not sure if that's a storm. He might be like in West Virginia, like near the Huntington area, near Point Pleasant. Wait, isn't Point Pleasant where Mothman is from? Hold on. Let's do another Google search. Mothman. Point Pleasant. Yeah, they are literally. All right, guys, keep an eye out for Mothman, the mythical creature. I don't even care about that store on the right side. We're in Mothman land. What about a rhino? Rhinos are fine. I mean, they're usually pretty chill unless you like try to hurt them or like again get into their territory or close to their babies. They're gonna hurt you. But rhinos, they're pretty fast. But if you're like on like an ATV, which you should be, if you're anywhere near rhinos live, you should be fine. Never leave the vehicle though, then you're putting yourself in danger. But like T-Rexes, it doesn't matter if you're in like in an ATV or a car. And I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Jurassic Park movies, but it's not a really good tactic. And I wouldn't say their bites are that strong, but it definitely wouldn't be that safe. Mammoths. I mean, yeah, they actually do have a lot of climate. Um, hmm, what's this? They actually do have a lot of climate implications. Mammoths do. They like trample the ground and cause new growth up here in the tundra. But I mean, all you're gonna do is bring them back and watch them instantly die due to climate change. So you just like keep them in a freezer. Maybe you can put the mammoths in it. Actually, if you put the mammoths in Antarctica, they'll be all right for a while. I still don't believe that dire wolf story. Let me look it up. See if there's like if they got like photos of it. I'll only believe it. Wait, how big were dire wolves? How big were dire wolves? I think they were pretty big, right? How big were they? Oh no, man. I'm pretty sure they're pretty darn big. Yeah, dire wolf is like almost the height of a human, like standing on its paws. Or if they're like a really short human. All right, just got a new update on our severe thunderstorm warning over here near Portsmouth. Still a 1.5-inch hail or ping pong ball sized hail heading towards Wurtland and Lawrence. Yeah, I'll believe it when there's actually a wolf of that size. If they can achieve that size, then I will call it a dire wolf. But if it just grows up to be a regular wolf size, but has like technically some parts of dire wolf, you know, DNA, then that doesn't really count. It's not fake. You've seen Mothman. No, what you've seen is probably a dude in a costume. Come on, y'all. Y'all can't actually believe in some of that stuff. Do we really have people in chat that believe in it? There's a dude out there that is half moth, half man? Because if so, I want you to really think about how that came to be. Just really think about it. Like what two species would have had to have mixed DNA for that to have happened? You saw the chupacabra? Okay. Chupacabra. We got Bigfoot people. We like what has happened? Why is my title wrong? All right, latest scan over here near Georgetown. Looks like Georgetown is now done with the first hailstorm. There might be another one on the backside of this. Let me see where this one's. It kind of looks like it's diving down a little bit to the south now. That should go north of Georgetown, but there might be another round if this one tries to sink to the south a little bit here near New Richmond, Ohio. But it looks like Georgetown, at least downtown Georgetown, is good to go from this storm, at least the hail threat. But eventually, that's going to be pushing into Russellville and Ash Ridge and also Red Oak. Seen Bigfoot too. Okay. You have yet to see it. I am one of those people that are like super skeptical. You know, it's like like I've seen documentaries about it, but I'm someone that believes in the scientific method, right? Like you find Bigfoot bones that like actually got meat on it that's like sitting on the surface of the ground and it's like very obviously like Bigfoot bones, right? And you could test it. It's like somewhat similar to a human, like or like an ape or something. Like then I understand. Then you know, then we can start a conversation. But not in the entirety of that myth has any of that been brought up. It's all word of mouth. It's just like aliens. It's like okay, get me an alien body, all right, and I'll believe it. Like you're telling me if an alien crashes over here near Quebec, like in the middle of nowhere in Mistissini, that the government's gonna know about it and get it before anybody sees it. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. All right, new update over here. Storm is now back into Kentucky again. Now it looks like it has a little bit more of a southeastern trajectory, pushing down into Wurtland, Lawrence, and Ironton. You were abducted. Okay, so Jerry Thompson in chat, girl. He has lived quite the life. He's seen the Chupacabra, he's seen Mothman, and he was abducted by aliens. Aliens were not confirmed under oath. They said non-human biologics, which means it could literally be anything other than humans. All for one and one for all. All right. How's the cells look? To me right now, they look Haley. They look Haley. These ones should not be much of a tornado threat, unless there's some sort of sneaky boundary at here that Mesoscale's really not picking up. But these are mainly just a hail threat, not really a tornado threat. Our main tornado threat should develop eventually down into here. Those storms haven't even gotten started yet. I was thinking they might get started a little bit earlier since these storms got started earlier, but I might have been wrong. So we'll see. If aliens did exist, maybe you can ask them if they could upgrade some of our. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's so many interesting theories about aliens. But I mean, every single one of those little specks out there in space, that is another planet. So do aliens exist 100%? Do they actually make it to Earth? That is a whole nother question altogether. Takes a long time. Takes a very long time. Bucky, that's tragic. I'm sorry. We got some crazies in chat today. What other mythical creatures do y'all believe in? I am an alien just trying to throw you off the path. Imagine. All right, they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Bentonville, West Union, Pebbles, and Rardon. All need to be indoors and away from windows. This storm's getting pretty close to the West Virginia area. Would not overly surprise me if we started to see it eventually here on the old PA Storm Tracker stream. That might be what we saw in the distance, a little dark blob. Or it could have been Mothman. Still not sure. Not have like a shark man. I don't think so. No. I think the closest thing to a shark man is like the Loch Ness monster. I think that's like the most famous mythical creature. I think the first photo was of the Loch Ness monster was eventually confirmed as a log. And then there was another Loch Ness monster. Why is that van up there? Where are they? Oh, this place looks cool. How'd that van get up there? Even if it was placed there by humans, like, what is this? Where are we? This is really interesting. Here, this looks like one of those little antique shops. Is that a leg? Is that a kid touching a leg in a bath? What is going on here? There was a leg in that bathtub and a kid in the bathtub, like an alive kid. Did y'all see that? We can go back. We got to go back to that. Like what is happening there? Look at that. It's a bathtub with a leg, and there's a literal alive kid just standing in a rusty bathtub. And his mom is smiling. Seems to be impressed. What's the risk factor today? Yeah, we'll go over that again. That is that must be the most West Virginia thing we've seen today. All right. Yeah, there's a storm on PA Storm Trackers. You can kind of see it just on the left side of the screen, that dark area. They're getting pretty close. So it looks like they're going to try to intercept this storm first. So yeah, what's happening today is we have a severe thunderstorm watch across the region. Over here for parts of Kentucky, going into Virginia, West Virginia as well. We've had an upgrade today to an enhanced risk. That's going to be mainly for the West Virginia area. Here near Spencer, Weston, Parsons, Elkins, Broadway, Harrisburg, Grottos, Staunton there in Virginia, Oak Hill, Beckley, Montgomery areas there. Then we got a slight risk around that. Our tornado chances are pretty low, but not impossible. Got a 5% chance for tornadoes over here near Pottsmouth, Huntington, Charleston, Montgomery, Oak Hill, Richwood, Craigsville, Weston, Clarksburg, and Parsons and Elkins. So, be weather aware. The main threat for the day, though, is going to be those damaging winds. Over here, 30% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above, and also some hail. Going to be our most likely scenarios today, but can't rule out, a couple tornadoes today, mainly into Kentucky and West Virginia, maybe even little parts there of Ohio. But I got a feeling these storms are going to behave themselves, hopefully, as the lower level shear really isn't quite over here just yet. Well, interesting looking thing, that side lobe. This hailstorm over here is looking a little interesting. Still 1-inch hail, though. Couple of spinny boys. Yeah, definitely in the realm of possibilities. Cincinnati done with. There is another storm coming for Cincinnati. Shouldn't be as bad as the last one, though. Just given the fact that this environment might be scraped over a little bit, but some thunder, maybe even some small hail to quarter-sized hail will be possible with this storm heading in close to the Cincinnati, if not into it. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. We do get off topic a lot, but we stay on topic when it gets bad. But as of right now, we're dealing with a couple of low caliber severe weather events right now, and just kind of waiting for some storms to get started down over here. They should fire in Kentucky. If it's only these storms for today, then probably not going to have much of a tornado threat, but we'll see. We shall see. I can see Gherkin's live stream, but they had a drone up in the air looking at the storm. No, I cannot look at their live stream. Nope. They are super expensive, and my channel is small. It's growing, but it's still too small. Eventually, maybe. Maybe, eventually. But as of right now, especially since today is going to be, most likely not a, it's going to be eventful. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to be on the smaller side, probably of streams, if I had to guess. Probably get anywhere from like 20 to 30,000 people that eventually tune into this stream, which is definitely on the smaller side. Definitely not going to throw in a bunch of money on storm chasers today. If we got some out there that we can use, we will. We got PA storm trackers. If Paige goes live, we'll use her. But in terms of unless someone from Severe Studios is out there, and if there's like an actual tornado on the ground, I might actually spend a little bit extra. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. One of the things that people in West Virginia know is that there's mountains everywhere. And if one thing that's hard with West Virginia, for one, is the trees. But also the mountains. Mountains get in the way of storms. It's hard to see them. If you're not on top of a mountain, you're not going to see any bit of the storm at all. So, it's going to be hard for really any storm chaser to see really too much out there. But we do have PA storm trackers that eventually should get a view of this storm. Eventually. You can kind of see it off in the distance already. So they are near Crown City, which I am assuming is somewhere close to Huntington. And we'll see what happens. Kind of see the storm there. They're trying. So I think what we're seeing here is they're trying to get like an elevated perspective of the storms, and I think they might have found one right next to a graveyard, a cemetery. But it's one nonetheless. And yeah, this is pretty much what you got to do out in these areas is get an elevated viewing position to where the mountains don't obscure the view too much, but you can already see there's a hill in their way there. No problem, Kara. Thank you for trusting me with your weather coverage. Always thought Virginia was beautiful. Yeah, Virginia's a pretty beautiful area. West Virginia is really beautiful. Pennsylvania is could have been a beautiful state, but they have too many warehouses. Y'all have like every I remember driving on the highway in Pennsylvania and like there was some sights to see, but usually when you got there, it would be like just this giant factory. Like Amazon trucks everywhere. Like it's kind of crazy there. There are some spots in Pennsylvania, like up in the mountainous regions, that are really beautiful. But like just up near the highways, it's hard to sightsee with all those factories and warehouses that y'all got out there. They're like the warehouse capital of the world, I feel. Use your local weather app on your phone. Yeah, those are good. Those can be good. Yeah, it looks like this warning over here still says ping pong ball sized hail, but they've kept this warning that's around it to 1 inch hail. So we might be getting reports over here. So near Franklin Furnace and Junior Furnace of that ping pong ball sized hail. So watch out. They might try to increase this warning as that moves off to the east if those reports keep on coming in. Ohio's getting that way too. Yeah, that's the thing. Like it, like there are so many beautiful places in the United States. Um, it's usually like the lower populated regions. Like for instance, you got a lot of mountains here in West Virginia, where and it's not really industrialized like to that extent yet. But you know, like Detroit could have been a really beautiful area, but it got super industrialized because of the auto industry. But they have really nice lakes out there. But I mean, you can still find places like in Alabama. They are starting to build out quite a bit in Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile. But there's a lot of places in between where you can still find those little pieces of heaven. Looks dark in Ashland. Um, and over here, yeah, not seeing an Ashland, Kentucky. It might be back over here. If you're like over here near like Dry Ridge and Fairmount, south of Cincinnati, this storm it does have a special weather statement on it for 45-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. It could be, but really just depends on what the storm does. It does potentially still have ping pong ball sized hail in it. Not sure if the environment can support much significant hail, but you can never quite rule it out. It's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of nice spots in West Virginia. That is for sure. That is for sure. It's just a lot of mountains, a lot of areas for nice sunsets in West Virginia. It's hard to miss. It's southeast of that first storm. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay. Yeah, it should go north of you, unless it takes a dive to the south. Right. Let's see. They're over here near Crown City. I've been trying to find Crown City for the longest. I'm having trouble with that. Seems to be like near the border. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so yeah, the storm. Like we're not seeing the storm yet. They're pretty far away from the storm, but we're seeing like the shadow technically that this storm is casting onto these clouds in this area. But they are in the direct path, probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes. of this severe thunderstorm that potentially could have that ping pong ball sized hail inside of it. Yeah, Kara, there is a reason why we're not partnered with any weather apps. That's because we don't partner with anybody. It is, I guess you'd call it a creed of the channel or just the morals of me. Just, I like to have, I like to be able to say what I want to say. And as soon as you get a sponsorship, they control your speech, right? Because, they have their own vision and reputation of what they want to be like. And you say anything like out of pocket, like talking about Bigfoot and the chupacabra and bringing back T-Rexes during a stream, they might cancel their sponsorship on you. So you have to monitor what you say. And so I don't do any sponsorships because I like to have the ability to just say whatever I want, whenever I want, and not be controlled by any corporations. Still waiting. Still waiting for these storms to fire over here. They are taking their sweet little time. I think there might be something popping up over here near the central city area. Yeah, maybe maybe the very beginning of some convection down here. And again, these storms are going to be firing close to where our shear environment is. So this will probably be the beginning of the tornado threat once these guys get their act together near Central City and Litchfield or Litchfield. Cap in place? I haven't checked for a cap. I don't think there's going to be much. Nope. Not much of a cap. A little bit of a surface inversion out here due to the cooler air that these storms are producing right now. We'll come back over to here. So you see there is a little bit of a capping in the blue here near these storms near Cincinnati. That is mainly just due to cooler air near the surface. And that lower level shear, we're still waiting on the latest update on this. Probably won't get one for another 30 minutes. But by the next update, it should expand quite a bit with that tornado threat ramping up probably by the next hour. Really, whenever these storms get started and that lower level shear is around them in the Kentucky area. But it'll be a pretty brief tornado threat initially till the storms mature, and they should start to mature as they enter into like eastern Kentucky, and that'll probably be when we have our strongest or highest chance for tornadoes out there, somewhere around 5%. And thank you, Marianne, for the $5. I do appreciate that very much. If anything comes your way in Ravenswood, West Virginia City, Page has a north and south facing riverfront camera. They are named after my grandparents. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, keep an eye on it. If you see anything, let me know. Not sure if we can use it on this channel, but that's pretty cool. All right, let's see if they've updated this. No, they still have it at 1 inch hail. So they're not re-upgrading the storm. Yeah. Ah, my mic keeps falling. It's getting annoying. I can't tell if my mic keeps falling or maybe I keep slouching. You dread tornado season in Alberta, or Canada? Yeah, I bet. Canada's weird, man. Y'all really don't have. Well, actually, Alberta's not bad. Like your radar holes are like state sized, but like southern Canada, like near like Calgary, Edmonton, we'll see you guys have some pretty good radar coverage. But yeah, the further north you go, though, the less you get. Adams and Saiisha, Ohio, 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So I think they're updating one of these warnings out here. Oysters? Yeah, oysters are good. They're not for everybody though. Yeah, I got water in a cup. I'm good to go. Thanks for asking. Hell. Well, you gotta understand that in some of those really strong thunderstorms, I mean, that updraft is pretty darn strong. Pretty darn strong. So it can keep that 2-inch hail and above lofted for pretty long. Oh wow, we're starting to get a view of our storm now. This is the severe warned thunderstorm that is coming south of Point Pleasant, kind of near the Crown City area. And we just got an update on it. Let's see. Yeah, they're still keeping it at 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're south of Lawrence, about to head into Kitts Hill and Ironton in Ohio. Let's make sure we're up to date. Sometimes it gets behind, and it did. There we go. Is south of Ironton. Well, it looks like you might be in for a treat. It should hopefully go just to your north in Ashland. So you might have a pretty good viewing angle on the storm. Be careful, though, for that lightning. Love to see a camera in a hail-forming cloud. It's going to get possible. I mean, those cameras on the iPhones are super small. Man, if you could just get a fleet of those and put them on little tiny, I don't know, propellers or something, little tiny drones, and just kind of fly them into an updraft. And I bet you could put like a parachute on them, deploy a parachute, and the updraft itself would just kind of, keep it going up. But I really don't think you'd see much. Be very rainy and murky inside of an updraft. That'd be cool if you could like have a camera like attach it onto like a hailstone somehow. Hailstone seeking drone. It's got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning for Portsmouth, Lucasville, and Otway. That's going to be for this storm over here. You can see we got a couple of couple indications of hail here. One heading towards Rardon, one potentially to the south of Ottawa or Otway here in Ohio. Going to be for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So make sure that you guys are indoors and away from windows. And wouldn't be watchable. Yeah, it'd be very chaotic live camera if you could actually get like service in there. I guess that would be the hardest part is getting the service. You might be able to get a recording, but probably would not be able to live stream something like that. Your personal cameras, I mean, depending where they are, that could be helpful. Almost in view of our hailstorm here. I think that base is about to pop out over this mountain. I think Big or Bowling Green could get something. I think the storm should form to your west or to your east. They might form just on top of you though, so I wouldn't completely rule it out if the models are wrong. There are some clouds starting to bubble up just to the north of Bowling Green. Aberdeen, Ohio with 2 hooks? No, we don't have any storms with any concerning hooks on them. Again, these storms are going to be pretty non-tornadic here until that lower level shear picks up. And yeah, none of these storms have hooks on them right now. At least hooks with rotation. You see the clouds gathering? Yeah. Let's see here. I'm surprised they've kept this at 1 inch. I mean, let me look at the bill on this storm. Yeah, I mean, what are the echo tops looking like? That's probably why. Pretty shallow storm at this point. Different spots. You have more than one on each side. It's audio and video. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Just depends. If the storm's nearby, let me know. And I don't know how you would share that with me, but it looks like Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is an official severe thunderstorm warning here with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Aid, Crown City, Apple Grove, uh, Athalia, Lesage, Clover, Glenwood, Ashton, Apple Grove, Swan, and Milton here in Ohio and West Virginia. It's going to be for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do not bring tornadoes. I hope so too, man. I hope so. I'm on your side on that one. But there's definitely going to be a chance, especially if these storms can mature and if they don't go outflow dominant immediately. That chance will be there. You're in Apple Grove. Well, yeah, I'd watch out. This is going to make a pretty close approach on you. There's Apple Grove. That hail core will either go just south of you or just right over you, but you should miss out on the most intense portion of the hail core. I'm saying there's a chance. I am saying. Unfortunately. Could share the links with you. Yeah, I mean, I guess the best way to do that would be through Discord, but I would assume my Discord a link in chat is expired. Let me fix that. Fix that really quick. And then, okay. Yeah, the Discord link in the description should be good to go. Second round is starting here. Not sure where you are, but yeah, there is another round coming into Cincinnati right now. Looks like southern Cincinnati and downtown Cincinnati are getting in on some more thunderstorms and maybe some small hail. But I would assume most of that small hail is probably to the south of Cincinnati into Independence. And then eventually that's going to move into New Butler. Again, it's not a severe thunderstorm warned storm right now, but, definitely one you don't want to be outdoors for. Oh, wow. Look at this. That is a cool looking cloud. And that's not even the storm, I don't think. You've still got a little while before the nasty portion of the storm starts to come through, but that is a pretty cool looking cloud. You might actually be able to see some rain. Yeah, there's some rain over there on the right side of the screen too. That rotation near Independence, Kansas or Kentucky. Let me just check. Maybe some broad rotation. No, it appears that side lobe. There, I'll show you. So from this radar far away, it does seem like there might be some broader circulation up here. But if we come over to our radar that's closer to the ground, really right next to the storm, you can see there's really not much happening there at all, just some gustier winds. No rotation there. PDS rain cloud. Y'all just want to call anything PDS. I could sneeze and y'all would be like, PDS sneeze. Chaz has got some PDS barks. We got a little update on this severe thunderstorm. They're putting a tornado possible tag on it. Potentially for this, but I don't think that's... Well... It's in a weird spot of the storm that could be legitimate. They're near Blue Creek. PDS, yeah. I mean, I definitely do it too. Anybody watch the Masters yesterday? Just wondering. Just wondering. Little update over here. Crown City is about to be impacted by this hailstorm. And then Portsmouth over here on the Kentucky and Ohio border is in a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. Now, that doesn't mean that a tornado is definitely going to happen. But, you know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep an eye out. It was epic. It was epic. I thought Rory was going to drop the ball and choke, giving Justin Rose a chance, but they actually ended up getting the grand slam. Any idea when it's supposed to hit Charleston, West Virginia? Eventually, I mean, this storm's going to make a pretty close approach. If it's not this one, over here near Lawrence, that comes really close to Charleston, it's going to be another one. It's going to be a lot later in the day, depending on when these storms get started over here. How does downsloping affect a storm? It kind of just changes the angle in which the outflow of the storm. So, like, are you talking about like on the backside of a mountain? It doesn't affect storms too much, but it definitely affects like the surface kinematics of a storm. You know, you could get a storm that, like for instance, let's say you have like two mountains, like mountain peaks, and you got a storm over here dropping, you know, a lot of rain into this area. It's definitely going to be different than if it was on flat ground, because you know that wind would come down and just kind of push out in this direction. But because the storm is like pushing some wind down with its downdraft into these mountains, you get a little bit of an updraft that forms as it is forced. That wind is forced out in that direction. It can also be forced into the valleys as well. But you know, there's not really a whole lot of conclusive evidence on what exactly that does to a thunderstorm. What is the most boring sport I'd ever watch? Um, Baseball. Baseball's freaking boring. I used to play t-ball and baseball for a little bit, so it's kind of fun to be in the game, but like actually watching it is just boring. Golf? What? Ban them. Ban them in chat. Chess? Nah, I don't know. If you understand what's happening in the chess game, it's not that boring. But I can see, like, if you didn't have any idea what was going on, that would be freaking boring. Basketball is boring. Yeah, I've never gotten into basketball. It's all boring. All sports? You've obviously never been to a hockey game. Horse racing? I don't know. Race? No, that's the most boring. And I'm going to get a lot of flack for this, but that not like, okay, so like, you know, there's different types of racing, right? You have the race tracks that are like all squiggly, right? Those are fun. But the ones that are just in a circle, like the Talladega, that is the most boring thing. And there's like 500 laps too. So for like 500 laps, they're just going in like the same freaking thing over and over. That drives me mad. There's like a cult following for like some races like that. People probably going to give me some flack for that opinion, but that's just how I feel. I'm not somebody that can do that whole monotonous thing. I need something wavy and turny to kind of keep me entertained. Do I watch football? I do, but it makes me upset because that was like my first original dream. The first original passion, I tore my ACL and then it went down the drain. So it more frustrates me more than anything. But I do watch like the big time. Like I don't watch like during the season, but I'll watch like the Super Bowl and the national championship and stuff like that. Yeah, still pretty decent hailstorm coming into the Crown City area here, and then is about to cross over the Ohio and West Virginia border. This storm back over here near Portsmouth is still kind of got that same warning. It still kind of looks side loby here. Very weird looking area of increased velocities and not really a whole lot of rotation in that. So still not overly concerned about this storm just yet, but it does seem like it's trying to form an inflow. So might have to keep an eye on it. Formula One, and that's pretty cool. I like motorcycle racing. Motorcycles are cool. NASCAR just drives me nuts, though. And they just drive around in circles. Like I think I think I would legitimately watch like dogs do the same thing because at least you can be like, it's not as long, right? And they're dogs. Oh, the Grand Prix, yeah, those are pretty cool races. I don't actually watch hockey. I've just been to a couple of local Huntsville Havoc football games. I mean, not football games, hockey games, and they always get in a fight. Everything else is kind of boring, but when they get in a fight, it's interesting. Or when somebody gets body slammed. Yeah, this is P. Oh my goodness! Hello, there's your storm. Snuck up on us. It's a coming, but we got a problem. Lots of trees and hills. They should have just stayed where they were. Just make sure we're up to current here. We are. If Tornado Alley moved, does that mean no? Tornado Alley hasn't moved that much, like at all. If anything, I think the best argument that you could make that Tornado Alley is making a move is to the north. I think that's like the only legitimate argument because like Tornado Alley can move, west or east depending on the the little lightning bolt. Oh, there's your view. That's a good view. It can move like west to east depending on like the background climatology, the teleconnections. Whether you're in El Nino or La Nina, what month you're in, but we've had a lot more tornadoes further up to the north than we typically do. And I think if you were to make an argument that a tornado alley is expanding anywhere, it's expanding to the north. Yeah, still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this storm. And again, it's about to pull into Crown City. And it's about to pull into where PA Storm Trackers is. So let's listen in. I'm not sure if they're going to run away from the hail. I would imagine they would. And maybe we'll hear some hail plates.
Circulation's coming right here. That is RFDGO coming at us, I think. I think the inflow is probably a little further north. You want me to shoot back up there a little bit?
Yes.
All right. We might get hail, but...
Oh.
All these people
might drive right into the hail.
DVD-sized hail inbound. Seriously? Or are you being serious or funny?
That is not DVD-sized hail in that storm. It's warned for 1 inch hail.
It definitely doesn't look good on the radar. It's not black.
Sounds like Storm Runner Media. It's not. It's Pennsylvania Storm Trackers. I think Storm Runner Media is hiding from these storms in Arizona. I doubt they drive all the way across the United States just to, potentially get some hail and see some mountains. Still a little bit of circulation here. This storm is actually forming a hook now, a little bit, with a little bit of rotation in it. Not the strongest area of rotation, but there's a little bit there. We'll see if he can do it. I mean, the lower level shear is pretty weak, but it might be riding that outflow boundary in just the right orientation. Yeah, you can see might have a boundary here of some sort that it is latching onto, and maybe a little nudger on the backside. Might try to get it going, but really not that strong of rotation yet, but I wouldn't rule out them warning that, because I'm pretty sure Ohio and West Virginia are pretty sensitive when it comes to those tornado warnings. No, this back here was always side lobe contamination near West Union. And now it's just kind of gotten to that point where we actually have legitimate rotation embedded where the mesocyclone would be. But all those other scans were side lobe. How does Athens look? Rainy and thundery. Looks like you guys should miss that hail threat to your south, most likely. Unless we get some more storms further up to the north. Are these storms doing anything yet? Nah, they still haven't fired. It's the biggest hail ever recorded. I think like 8-inch hail, something like that. It looks like that storm is about to move into the Portsmouth area here pretty soon in New Boston. Looks like the hail threat might be dying down a little bit on it. Let me check from closer radar. No, I mean, there's still some decent hail in there. Oh, looks like they are in some precipitation here. Is it
part
hail?
of chasing down here is there's the hail.
Hail plinks.
That ain't little.
Oh my God! It's
Oh.
huge.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
That's bad.
Oh, look
That
at
sounds.
Oh.
That sounds bigger than 1-inch hail. Oh. Oh yeah, look at that hail on the right.
Hand it to me.
Oh yeah, this is like golf ball sized hail.
Good stuff for Dad.
Oh my
Definitely
goodness.
golf balls.
Holy cow.
Oh my god.
What do you think I get out of this?
Oh.
You want to get out and get some measured?
Not at the moment.
Oh. Jeez Louise, this is that storm that's coming into West Virginia right now.
Yeah.
Look at all those leaves falling because the hail is just tearing through the trees. Oh. It keeps hitting like the camera. It feels like it hits you in the face if you're listening with like headphones.
Get some nice ones collected on the back here.
Dang. The windshield's still intact though. Oh. It like actually physically hurts a little bit.
Trying to think how. What would you say size-wise? Because I have an M-ping it.
More than quarter. 50-cent piece.
Oh.
You got your helmet on, lady. Go get
Yeah,
some.
I'll go get some. I'll go get some.
You know what? She'll be safer on this side.
Really going out in that?
You got your-
Get worse. Be careful. It's gonna
Shall we get out of here?
Oh gosh.
Don't go out right now.
That's a dead tree. It's gonna come down on you in seconds.
Let's get out of here.
Oh. Well, oh my gosh. There's a lot of hail in this storm. If you live in Dudley Gap, Swan,
I mean, we're almost
and
out. We got the clear
Lesage,
sky.
here in, oh my goodness, in West Virginia, there's a lot of hail dropping out of this storm. The road's already covered with hail.
I'd say golf ball or henny. Do you think henny? It's getting smaller
It
here.
definitely
right
looked
there.
like golf ball.
Let me stop back here again.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too far out.
Yeah, it'll pass them pretty quick if they just sit still.
I
Just
think
watch
we're
the
getting.
power
I think we're
lines.
getting through it. Yeah, I think we're through the worst.
And the interesting thing is that the winds haven't been too strong yet.
You think that's 10-8 back there?
Maybe. I mean,
It's hard to tell just how big it is, but seems like they're having connectivity issues as the hail pummels their car. Sometimes increased sound can mess with connection. The storm heading towards Whipley. No, this one's heading towards like Hurricane Eleanor and Buffalo. This is in West Virginia. Might eventually try to make a close approach to Charleston.
There might have been.
Yeah, before it all melts.
Looks like they're gonna go get some hail sizes here soon. Is he panicking? No.
Windshield's intact.
I think he did a little bit earlier.
I know we got dents on the truck.
Yeah, and I know the wonder if the 360 is still okay. Where did we even pull off at right here? You want to check here? You want to go a little bit further north?
A little further.
I think we're done with the. The wind
like the biggest hail.
Horrible. There was a little blast.
Five back. I have my.
Yeah, that was bigger than I thought it was. This storm is only warned for about a quarter-sized hail.
People pulled over everywhere. Be careful.
Oh well.
That was definitely bigger than 1-inch hail. So, you know, they probably should, unless they've already upgraded it. No, they haven't upgraded this warning. Oh, wait. One just came in, new upgrade. Nope, still 1-inch hail. But watch out with this storm. We just saw it with our own eyeballs. Probably bigger. Probably got eyeball-sized hail. Golf ball-sized hail. Heading toward, that's so creepy. Heading towards Dudley Gap in north of Milton. I just saw an opportunity there. Just saw an opportunity there to make a different sized hail that no one's ever heard of. But yeah, they're getting out of the car right now. Oh, we're gonna want to. They're measuring it. Let me listen.
274.
Yep, 2 3/4 inch.
Where's your button?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you handed me a phone to take a picture.
That's not 2 inches. That's off.
All right.
I thought you handed me a phone to take a picture.
Yeah, because it's only covering up her 2 fingers, which is about 1 inch. It's not 2 inches. That's not tennis ball sized hail. But it's certainly big. Bigger than a quarter size, it seems like. Yeah, that's not 2-inch hail. I don't know what's wrong with their measuring device, but it does not appear to be calibrated. Yeah, it's about 1 inch. Like this right here is like, it's these 2 fingers, these 2. And I'm looking at it. It's about like, maybe like, it's probably like ping pong ball sized hail. It's like 1 inch, just over 1 inch. How small are my fingers? I don't know. I don't measure my fingers. I just kind of know what 1 inch looks like. It looks like that rotation over here near Portsmouth has died off. Oh, 274 millimeters? Maybe it's in millimeters. Hold on. Oops. I don't speak European measurements, so let me figure that out. That's 10 inches. That's not right. What if it's 274 microns? Nope. Centimeters would be bigger than millimeters. Is there anything smaller? What's smaller than a millimeter? Centimeter? Let me try that. 2.74 centimeters. Oh, that's what it was. They were measuring in centimeters. What is this ad? Why? How long should I fast to lose 45 pounds as a senior beginner? What does that have to do with feet? Anyways, yeah. So yeah, that looked about 1 inch to me. So I guess it is inch sized. Seemed like it sounded bigger than an inch, but maybe their car just is a little bit more percussive. Picometer and nanometers. Yeah, I think it was centimeters. 2.74 centimeters. That sounds right. Yeah, it's insurance policy sized hail. If you guys live in this area, I will say that kind of hail might put a couple dents in your car. Might have melted a little bit. Hail actually melts pretty slow. Maybe. It is pretty warm out there. Athens, Ohio is just rain. The main corridor of the severe weather is to your south. Surprisingly enough, these storms still haven't gotten started. Oh, got more hail. Okay, that looks a little bit bigger, actually.
Let me see what.
Guys.
Mom found a really big one. She's measuring right now.
You need me to take a picture of it, Connie?
Huh?
Need
Yeah,
me to
get
take
a picture with your
of
phone.
it?
Oh yeah, that one
Go
in her
ahead, get
hand.
Or do you want the
That
live?
one in her hand is sizable.
Do both. We already showed the live. Get a picture now.
Yeah. Want to see the bigger piece? Yeah, those look bigger than an inch. Maybe like $half sized hail, or maybe you could make the argument that was ping pong ball sized hail in her hand. We'll keep it here for just a moment. Here, let's listen in. They might say the hail size. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that must have been. It definitely wasn't 2.74 inches.
2.48.
Here, want a picture?
2.48
I got a bunch.
centimeters.
Here, give me your phone. I'll take it.
Here, I can zoom. Okay, you want it?
Yeah, from out
That's
here.
smaller than the other one.
Okay. Did a little too much there.
He's got a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Maysville, Kentucky.
We took
That's
some
near
damage,
Ripley.
I would imagine, on the old hood there. Oh, yeah.
That's let me
Well,
mute them.
the truck's an official chasing truck now. How's my camera?
How is it?
3.91.
What?
That's not. It's that's
No.
Someone tell them they're measuring in centimeters.
2.75.
3.91 centimeters. Now that is bigger. But yeah, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here. That's for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Georgetown, Ripley, Maysville, Manchester, West Union, and Pebbles. They're in Ohio and Kentucky. This storm over here is in West Virginia. Now moving towards Milton and Hurricane. Some potentially some stronger winds building in there as well. Going to make a close approach there to Charleston. So if you live in Charleston, West Virginia, be ready. That storm is going to make its way pretty close to you guys. All right, let's listen in. Oh, wait, let's go figure out what is 3.91. Come over to our... Can I get rid of this ad? There we go. 1.5 inch hail. So that'd be ping pong ball sized hail. No, they're measuring it in centimeters, we figured out. I'm not sure if they know that it's in centimeters or not, but they are measuring in centimeters on their little device. Yeah, 1.5 inch hail. That is ping pong ball sized hail, which is bigger than what the warning is. So they should probably up that a little bit to reflect that. They swap to the centimeters? Yeah. I don't think they know. I don't think they do either. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow. They upgraded it to golf ball sized hail. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Hurricane St. Albans, Winfield, Big Chimney, Clendenin, Charleston, Rand. All need to be indoors and away from windows. Got some golf ball sized hail coming towards you, which is certainly possible that that's in there. I mean, they're only picking up the hail that's nearby them could very well have had some bigger hail in there that just wasn't picked up by them. But the biggest one they saw was ping pong ball sized, which is a little bit smaller than golf ball, but definitely would not rule out the golf ball capability. Also, a new update on this. Let's see if they changed anything. Looks like they changed it to tornado possible. Yeah, very broad circulation along this storm right now. Again, these storms are going to have a pretty low chance for a tornado. It's not impossible. So technically, tornado possible is not the worst thing to say on this storm. But I will say it's a pretty low chance. Our biggest threat for storms, and in fact, our wind shear is picking up out here, is going to be, or for tornadoes, is going to be down here where this wind shear is to the south. But our storms in that region are still struggling to fire at the moment. My head would explode if I knew how Hurricane West Virginia was really pronounced. How is it pronounced? I mean, if it's pronounced anything other than hurricane, now I'm super curious. Erkin? No. Hurricane? Hurricane? Why? Why did they do that? When you've met says hurricane? Oh my gosh. Dude, look at this. There's literally a city, Milton and Hurricane, right next to each other. If only people knew. Only people could connect those dots. Talk about conspiracy theory. This is where the this has to be where the weather manipulation machine is. But it's called hurricane, not hurricane. That is that's a shame. That is a shame. Come on, West Virginia, do better than that. All right, let's go see if as we do have storm chasers in West Virginia, we do, but we also have a decent amount of cameras around the Charleston area. So let's see what we can see on those as well. I want to get all the views that we can get on these storms. There's the Charleston area. As you can see, we have tons of cameras in this region. We got one pretty close to it, actually. Only problem is that there's a lot of mountains. I'd eventually see something near Hurricane. Oh, that might be the hail core. Hail core, actually. What we need to do is find an overpass and then see if any cars stop under it so we can make fun of them for being dangerous. Oh, man. Does West Virginia not have any overpasses? Wow. And there's a far away view of that hail core. Look at that. Is that really it? Thank you, KLT, for the $2. Thank you so much. I'll make sure I donate that to the hail victims in Hurricane. Still can't believe that. No hail right now in Hurricane, West Virginia. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna call every hurricane from now on a hurricane because of that. We'll represent for West Virginia. Everybody's been saying it wrong this whole time. It's always been hurricane, not hurricane. That I-64? Yep, I-64. Yeah, it's right here. The cameras are like in this region here. Yeah, it looks like this is going to go through Charleston and did kind of do a little bit of a southerly move here. So Charleston, Big Chimney, Rand, Clendenin, St. Albans, Tornado. Oh, okay. Now, how do you pronounce this? Is it Tornado? We got Hurricane and Tornado are also in this severe thunderstorm warning. Can't make that up. I don't think you can. It's interesting. It seems like these guys out here are weather fans, or maybe they're just trolls. I don't know. I refuse, though, even if it's pronounced tornado, because of Hurricane, we are not calling that tornado. We're calling that tornado. Just saw hail and Hurricane. Yeah. Yeah, potentially up to golf ball sized hail. I mean, that can cause a little bit of car damage. And broken windows, cracked windows at the very least, are going to be possible with this hail. So if you live in St. Albans, Charleston, Big Chimney, Rand, I'd be indoors and away from windows. And in Charleston, you actually do have a little bit of time to get those cars indoors, but just be careful because it does seem like our lightning indicator or our lightning tracker here is picking up on some lightning way out in front of the storm right now. Is it trying to hook? It does have a little bit of something jutting out here. That's mainly just a gust front. Not really much of an area of rotation there yet, but it seems like it's trying to latch on to something. Must be some sort of boundary. Yeah, there is a little bit of a boundary here that it is latching onto. So there might be a little bit of an increased vorticity there. Let me check in on our surface vorticity. And it's really not that elevated right now. Our biggest chance for tornadoes still appears to be back in over here, where storms really haven't gotten started yet. Tornado? I like tornado better. All right, looks like Hurricane is still getting some hail, potentially. That should subside, though, in the next couple of minutes. Back over here into southern Ohio, still have this storm warned for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into West Union and Pebbles and Manchester. So don't want you guys to be seeking shelter from that. And then back over here, looks like we got kind of the same thing. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Gallipolis and Point Pleasant. Mothman. Now, Cape is not the problem. At least for tornadic activity. As of right now, the main issue is storms are not firing yet in the Kentucky area where our shear is the strongest. But where these storms are right now, the lower level shear is pretty darn weak. But it's not non-existent. It's just on the weaker side. So tornado is not technically impossible. But it seems like if a storm's going to tornado, it's going to be this dude here. Paranormal Quest has entered the chat. Why are we getting so many people with paranormal in their name in our chat now? Makes no sense. Maybe it's because we've been talking about the Mothman. It's gotta be it. I think YouTube listens. Oh, look at this. We actually have a decent amount of traffic over here, probably because of all that hail. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Well, look at this. That hail is coming here. This is near Hurricane. You see the hail bouncing off of the light there, and cars moving slower. That's usually a big indication that there's some hail. Looks like a lot of folks are trying to get off the highway. Gotta keep up with the weather YouTubers. Have you seen the Mothman yet? Paranormal Quest. Apparently, we got a lot of Mothman fans in chat. Booger hole. West Virginia. Jeez Louise. And these cars on the left side are just completely off of the road here. They're just like, I'm just going to stop. It's probably pretty smart. All right, let's get a little bit further down the line. Looks like we're also getting some traffic here. I would imagine. Yep, look at that. You can actually see the hail starting to accumulate on the ground, it seems. Yeah, you can see it bouncing off this camera. Cars are slowing down as that hail moves over the highway here near just north of Turnadue and St. Albans here in West Virginia. And you can actually see the hail. Look at all that hail on the road. All those little white specks. That's hail. Man, the storm is looking very interesting. Doesn't have much noticeable rotation. Maybe that's something there. We have got like there actually is some rotation here. This is trying to Turnadue right here. This storm might try to produce a Turnadue. So if you guys live in Charleston, make sure you got your safe spots ready. This one's trying. It actually is trying. It must be latched onto that outflow boundary because there's really not much shear here at all. There definitely is a little area of some rotation developing right in that area. That would be wild if, hopefully it doesn't happen, but that would definitely be talked about for years if a tornado went into Tornado, West Virginia. Let's see. Do we have a camera a little bit further south of this? Kind of in that region. We do near Adamsville. Where's Adamsville? Oh, Amandaville. Actually, this one's really close, potentially, to that circulation. Fortunately, it's not looking at the sky, but it's the best we got. Keep that up there if we need it, but Amandaville is right here. That's interesting. I'm wondering if this is like contaminated, but it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, the best I can see, this is your very classic supercell with an inflow right there, with a little bit of rotation right in there. Yeah, might try to Turnadue. We'll see. By the way, if you guys are just tuning in and you're wondering why I'm saying Turnadue, apparently hurricane is pronounced hurricane. And so now, because of that, we're calling tornado West Virginia Turnadue. Because obviously, I mean, that's probably what they call it. Yeah, it looks like that might have been like some sort of weird contamination there. Still not really sure if we have much legitimate rotation in this mesocyclone, but it's certainly something I'm keeping an eye on. Be interesting. Let's look at this in the higher tilts. See what it looks like above the storm. Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation aloft too. It's a little bit on the broader side, the higher up you go. And the closer you get down to the surface, not really showing up as much. Looks like we just got a new, oh my goodness. We now have baseball or tennis. Is that tennis ball or baseball sized hail? I think that's baseball sized hail. Is it not? We'll see it when the graphic pops up. But they just upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to 2.75-inch hail. Yeah, that's baseball sized hail. That's going to be right here in this black area here, north of St. Albans, about to head into the Charleston area. So definitely seek shelter from this storm. This storm is very powerful. Again, that's baseball-sized hail. That will break your windows. In your house, in your car. You live in Charleston, you want to be getting indoors and away from windows. and trying to get your like the first thing and the last thing that should be on your mind is well, actually the first thing, sorry, not the last thing, but the first thing that should be on your mind is getting those pets indoors. Man, look at this. We got major traffic out here. I think the hail took out this camera. Oh, yeah. Here it is. We're right in the hail core here. Let's see if we can see any baseballs. Yeah, the traffic is. Oh, yeah. Look at the ground. You can actually see them splatter. The hailstones splatter on the ground. What we need to find is like a little area that has some pooling on the surface so we can see the splashes. But, man, these cars are just not having it, most likely. What the heck? Did this camera break? I think the hail's breaking these traffic cameras. Yeah, it looks like it's like a cracked screen. My goodness. That's not a good sign, folks. That's not a good sign. Cars are starting to slow down here and get off the road as well. Got a Walmart truck and a Pepsi truck. And this storm is wreaking havoc on this area. That baseball-sized hail is going to crack almost every single one of these guys' windows. Oh, yeah, it is kind of latching onto a boundary here. And we're getting another indication of a little bit of rotation here near Amandaville. That hail's probably showing up on that camera as well. So let me bring that one up next. I do want to, because that was closer to the surface. Wondering if that hail's going to get flung around on the backside of this. And also, this is where the RFD and probably the strongest winds of the storm would be as well. Where is this again? This is in West Virginia, near the Charleston area. And again, if you live in Charleston, West Virginia, this is coming right at you. You still have a little bit of time to get your pets indoors and your cars indoors.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They did throw a tornado warning on this. So if you live in St. Albans, Charleston, Big Chimney, and Clendenin, now you guys need to be in your safe spots. You guys need to be going there immediately. Wow. Did pull the trigger on that, and that circulation is now directly over Amandaville. Let me get that underneath me. I do want to watch that camera pretty closely. Again, that area of circulation is not very strong at this moment, but there is enough there to kind of I would say there's enough there for a tornado warning for sure. So again, if you live near Charleston, Big Chimney, Clendenin, all of you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a tornado warning for your areas. Your safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Hopefully this doesn't produce a tornado. It should struggle to produce. This is near Mandeville, pretty much right underneath the circulation right now. We'll see if anything happens here. And then the circulation's about to go over the main highway as well. So we should be able to get a better view of this. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Or anything happens here. Are we actually getting like a decent view of the sky from any of these cameras in the path? Okay, this one might catch something there. I have to keep an eye on that camera. And there are cameras with sky views near the Charleston area, so definitely keep an eye on that. That's where that circulation is going to go through eventually. Oh, wow. Yeah, looks like things are picking up here in Amandasville, West Virginia. We're in the 90s. Yeah, these are some they're CCTVs, so they're not going to be like super high res 4K OLED cameras. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here in West Virginia. That's going to be for this storm just to the west of Charleston, heading towards 64. And this storm is also warned for baseball-sized hail. That baseball-sized hail is going to be over here. That's going to be heading into the Big Chimney area. So if you guys live in this area, I would just be in your safe spots, and hopefully you'll be safe from both of those things. Further back over to the west, we have yet another storm about to come into the Gillipus Ferry area. This one has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then we've got another one over here in southern Ohio near Peebles, just passed through West Union, heading towards Lynx Blue Creek there in southern Ohio. Check in to see if we can see much circulation here. Yeah, unfortunately, we're getting real close to that radar, so it's going to be harder to tell what this storm is doing near the surface, but we'll have cams pretty much all the way up near Dunbar and South Charleston as well. We just monitored Amandasville, which is, where is that? It was like in here somewhere. There we go. And it's like in this region here. Circulation just went over it, and the city is still there, as far as I can tell. It looks like, at the very least, there didn't appear to be a tornado on the ground there. Our next camera that's going to be in the path is going to be this one here. See if we can see anything out of this one. Bring the radar down on the bottom left, too. You guys can see that on your televisions. Yeah, like in Florida, like it just depends on the state. In Florida, it's a lot higher resolution. In West Virginia, it seems like they haven't updated their cameras in quite a while. These cams delayed at all? I don't think so. They seem to be pretty up to date. I think this camera's just facing the wrong way. But that mesocyclone's about to go right over this camera. So if there's anything on the ground at this point, which is kind of hard to tell, just given the fact that our circulation is now directly under or over the radar, so it's going to have a really messy picture. We check from like maybe from Dunbar. Yeah, Dunbar is pretty close to that circulation as well. Pretty windy there. And again, this is coming into the Charleston area. There's Charleston, West Virginia, Big Chimneys after that. All of you guys need to be in your safe spots. And then also some, again, baseball-sized hail is going to be very possible with this storm as well. Yeah, that last camera had lag. That's why I moved it. You want to check out in front of this thing just one more time. Maybe we can get a little bit of a better sky view. I just think a lot of our cameras aren't really facing the right direction. But this one could eventually get a view of something here. I think they're all facing towards Charleston. This one's kind of looking back at the storm. That might be the hail core on the left side there. Any of these cameras, do they see anything? Maybe you had one looking north. You might see something. Looks like the hail core is actually most likely out of the frame here. Yeah, it looks like traffic is getting back going here on I-64. It is starting to rain on that camera there. Come back over here to the Dunbar camera. And then we'll come back over here to the full screen. Again, this right here, here's our storm. Can't really tell how strong that rotation is now that it's over the radar, but we're hoping Here in the next couple of minutes, this storm will move to the kind of the west of west or east of the radar. Sorry, and we'll be able to get a better picture of what's happening. Cameras are always better. The more cameras are always better than no cameras. Yes, that is true. Anti-Mothman activists have been trying to get West Virginia to update their cameras for years, but luckily have been unsuccessful. Really? Is Mothman really that popular in West Virginia where like all of you guys know about it? No? Okay, it's a joke. That's a good joke. I almost believed it. Still waiting on the latest scan. Everybody should be continuing to be in their safe spots. It seems like if there was an area of potential mesocyclone would be right here, now past Dunbar. You checking on PA storm trackers? Are they catching back up with this thing yet? They're near Milton and Herkin. So they're behind the storm right now, trying to catch back up to it. But I will say, it'd be kind of hard to catch back up to a storm that is moving at 55 knots, or around 65 miles per hour to the east. So it's a fast-moving storm. Hello? I'm live, by the way. Okay. That's fine. Love you too. Bye. That was my mom. That's it. I guess that's all you guys have is Mothman in West Virginia. All right. Fair enough. Well, if we see him on these traffic cameras, we will let you guys know. All right. This severe thunderstorm warning to the north has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just was issued here for Ravenswood and Elizabeth. Apparently I spelled Virginia wrong on my title. Oh, yep. I mixed the I and the R up. There we go. Typing it so fast. Virginia. There we go. Yeah, latest scans coming in. Still not really much of a little something here. So we just got an update. Still radar indicated. Still with 2.75-inch hail. Pushing off towards the east, towards Big Chimney. Still no confirmation yet that this is on the ground, but it still appears to have a hook here, as best as I can tell. And that's about to push into the Charleston area. Let's go get a camera a little bit closer to Charleston now. There's something back in there. That might be a cloud. It might be a cloud there. It's kind of hard to tell. This is downtown Charleston, so maybe one of these cameras could be the one. This is an interesting looking camera. Oh, there's something on this camera. On the left side, at least some darker clouds. Well, looks like it does kind of seem like we're watching this storm in like the 1920s or 1980s. That's for sure. This camera's pretty high up resolution, actually. You can kind of see something back in there as well. Probably going to be our best camera here for now. See if we see that mesocyclone come through here. It was really windy for a few minutes in St. Albans. Okay. Yeah, nobody step outside. Don't listen to that person. Got a tornado alert on your phones. Yeah, Charleston, uh, and Blount, Coleridge, Cocoa, Big Chimney, Malden, all need to be in their safe spots there as the tornado warn storm approaches. Again, we still don't really have a clear view of what's happening here, given the fact that our radar is so close, but I would still be seeking shelter from this storm, mainly because of that tornado risk, but also because this thing has potentially tennis ball sized hail moving into the Big Chimney area. Oh, wow. Look at this. Things are going downhill in the Charleston area. Wind is picking up. See a lot of rain starting to move in as well. Infield, West Virginia, y'all are a direct hit. Oh my! With the hail. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is this downtown Charleston we're looking at here? Is those buildings are about to disappear behind the rain and hail. Like you guys still might get scraped by the hail. Okay, so it is. It's downtown. All right. And it's going to be a lot windier over this river as well. Way too many folks getting on that bridge at this time. It might have been a hailstone that just flew on the top part of the camera there. Visibly getting worse in the city. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Very heavy rain. And I still kind of want to look around just a little bit more. Maybe we just can't catch. I want to be able to see this mesocyclone. It's got to have one. Mainly just rain on that one. Just can't get it. Can't get a good view on this thing. The traffic cameras are doing their job, unfortunately, in this area. Looking at the ground at the traffic. Keep it on this camera. I'm coming back over to the big screen. Is that a CC south of Charleston or just hail? Yeah, kind of hard to tell. Way too close to the radar to really determine. Oh, actually, here's a better view. Yeah, still definitely have some sort of supercellular structure going on here with this storm. On a different radar, radar is most likely going to be too far away to confirm a CC drop. Yeah, really going to be hard. You can tell way different areas of where that rain and precipitation is falling than what those radars are saying. Tornado on the ground in Charleston. I mean, we're looking at Charleston right now. I'm not seeing a tornado. This is downtown Charleston. We do have a tornado warning here, so I would certainly be in your safe spots. But if you live in Blount, and Fred, Coleridge, Allcup, or A Cup and Blinkley, I'd be in your safe spots. That rain or a tornado? It looks just rain, or it looks just like rain. Not seeing any tornadoes. If there's any tornadoes in this area, we'd be seeing power flashes. It would look very tornado-y. But as far as I could tell, nothing here. We'll go, although that mesocyclone would have moved on by now, so bring our cameras a little bit further to the south. See if we can't see anything. Oh, here's a good camera. This is looking at the storm. Storm should pass just north of this camera, and I think this camera is facing the right direction here. So we'll keep our eyes on this camera. Yeah, latest scans as this pops out in front of the radar, not really seeing a whole lot of rotation with this storm right now, but we'll see if the visual view of it disagrees. Near Charleston, I don't know. As far as I can tell, cannot see a tornado on the ground with this storm. We've had no reports of such, but we're keeping our eye on it. Regardless, I would be in your safe spots just in case. And that's going to be Blount and Fred and Cole Ridge. Southeast of Charleston, that's just too far away to really be helpful. This one over here, it's not going to be helpful. Like that could easily just be hail there. Our radar right next to the storm is not showing a correlation coefficient, and we're in the area where we could see stuff, and there's no strong rotation, no correlation coefficient. That's most likely just hail. Okay, we're starting to get in view of the storm though. Tornado would be, if it is on, there's a tornado with this storm, it would be pretty much center screen right now. And I'm not seeing anything. Keeping an eye on it. It could be, it shouldn't be embedded in rain, as far as I can tell. And it's just rain back in there. Where are you hearing? I think the person that's in chat that's saying this is just a troll. So unless someone else is saying that there's a tornado on the ground, like a news website, let me know. And as far as I can tell, we got visuals on this storm now, and I don't see a tornado. Seen any power flashes back in there, but we'll keep watching just in case. I would still be in your safe spots, just in case. But as far as I can tell for now, our rotation is pretty much gone with the storm. I'm not seeing any rotations on radar. And no concerning CC drops right now either. Yeah, it's turn it it is a warning for sure, and I would be in your safe spots. You know, this thing did have a legitimate area of rotation earlier. Could try to recycle again, so you just don't want that to do that right over you. Got an upgrade on our northern storm here now, heading towards Ripley. Believe it or not, Buffalo as well, with some ping pong ball-sized hail heading y'all's way there in West Virginia. And we still have this storm back over here near Ohio. About to head into Portsmouth. This one actually has a little bit of broad circulation, and it might have to watch that one. It kind of seems like that would be a little bit contaminated there, but there's enough rain around it to kind of confirm something there. Fortunately, that's going to be in a radar hole. It's going to be hard to tell what that storm's doing. I mean, there's that mesocyclone right above that mountain. You can actually see it pretty clearly. You know, given the radar we're using here. Okay, we just got a new update on our warning. Yeah, still no on the ground reports out of our out of anybody on the ground in the area. Rain wrapped? No. Again, guys, there's like no rotation with this storm anymore. There's no debris signature right now. All right, so unless we get reports from the ground, this is currently not on the ground, and we're still radar indicated. I'd be in your safe spots. No confirmation that this is on the ground yet. I mean, we're watching it here on live view, and there's definitely an area of circulation with the mesocyclone of this storm. You see, just cresting the ridge of the mountain, maybe could even make an argument that there is a wall cloud on this. Was there ever a debris signature? No, not one that was clear. No. But trust me, if a tornado hit Charleston, it would have gotten observed immediately because there's lots of people in Charleston. There's policemen in Charleston, firefighters. They would have reported it. Almost over the river. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming very close to Portsmouth. Probably within the next. That hail's going to come in there probably within the next couple of minutes, and potentially $50 sized hail in that storm right now. I'd certainly be at the very least indoors and away from windows. And I think this one over here is still warned for baseball sized hail. Yeah, it is. Mountains make it harder for tornadoes to form, or is that a myth? It's kind of a myth. It's kind of not. Mountains can definitely mess with tornado genesis a little bit. They definitely play a role. You can also make the argument that sometimes mountains can enhance tornado genesis, depending on which mountains, where they're located, how the storm is oriented to the mountain. Is there a river? No, they all play little factors, but ultimately the storm's going to do what it wants to do. I wouldn't be like, hey, I'm in a mountain, I'm safe. I would certainly be in your safe spots. All right, he's got another update on our warning. Looks like they're going to allow this to expire, which, trust me, they wouldn't do. They wouldn't do if there was reports that it was on the ground. Yeah, let's give it another around the clock or around. Well, actually, I do want to see if these storms are firing in Kentucky. Wow, they're still not starting. Still not starting in Kentucky yet. And thank you, Terry, for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is a huge help for the channel. Thank you. But yeah, these storms, they're going to be the ones in the best wind shear, and they are struggling. Yeah, still got some broad area of circulation back over here in this portion of the storm. It's still not very organized, at least according to this radar. Let's go check back in with this one. Yeah, broader circulation still there as well. Fortunately, that storm is kind of located in between our radars at the moment. Yeah, I appreciate that, Terry. Thank you. Can't look at Corey Gherkin, sorry. Cannot use him as a chaser. Thank you for letting me know. We do have PA storm trackers out there. I thought Paigey Tornado was going out there, but I guess she is not. I think she might have had a dentist appointment. So all we got to do is rely on PA storm tracker. They are behind this storm right now, but they could easily get repositioned here for Point Pleasant storm. Yeah, too fake. Yeah, those suck. Those sucks. You can't really do much about that. This thing's still warned for baseball-sized hail. It is. Wow. And I mean that's the main threat with this storm right now, heading into Blakely and Glenn. Oh wow, look at this from far away. There's your storm. Just see it in the distance. It does look quite elevated right now. So close to Charleston. The storm is moving away from Charleston, but some more storms could come through the Charleston area. These storms are gonna be trying to train over the same spots over and over. Clove oil for tooth pain. Does that work? I swear, every time there's like some sort of ailment that I talk about or someone in chat talks about, you guys have just got like this recipe book for fixes. Clove oil does work. Oh, it numbs. Interesting. Now that could actually work. It seems like this rotation over here south of St. Paul, still really hard to tell if that's legitimate. It still appears to be side lobe contamination. Let me check a little bit higher up to see if we've got maybe a radar is picking up something a little bit higher up here. You know, what's likely happening is we got a little bit of a side lobe off of our radar going up into the storm, hitting this and showing that near the surface when it's supposed to be higher up. Essentially, here's your radar here. The main radar beam goes out like that. And then sometimes you get a side lobe that comes out over here. And essentially, the on the bottom side, you know, typically that picks up the most, the strongest signal. But every now and then, you'll get a strong signal from the side lobe, and it's looking way up into the storm. Say you got a storm here, and you know it's looking way up into the storm because it does seem to be like that is in the inflow of the storm. So I'm not sure if that's legitimate or not. Fortunately, it's in a radar hole, so it's going to be kind of hard to tell. Hopefully we can get a better understanding of what's happening with that as it moves into the Charleston area. We also did just get essentially another considerable update here. No? Okay. I guess they just redid this one. Yeah, okay. It looks like they dropped this storm now down to golf ball sized hail as that approaches areas like Summersville, Craigsville, Richwood, Cowan, and Nettie here in West Virginia. Okay, I think you're trolling, dude. I'm gonna put you in timeout. Think about what you did. Still nasty in Withamsville, Ohio. Is that over here? No, that's Kentucky. Might be near there. I mean, really, that's like the only potential storm over here in Ohio is south of Piketon. I guess technically over here near New Boston too. Seatoville and Camp Bennett might be getting some smaller hail, but the biggest hail out of the storm right now is in Kentucky with 1.25-inch hail. Okay. Tornado warning is officially off the map there as well. Does Virginia have any tornadoes? Small chance for that, I would say. Pretty small chance. Maybe like if any of these storms can get some better wind shear as they move off to the east, that there is some potential there. But the wind shear is kind of lagging behind. Our best wind shear still continues to be back over here in this area. But as you can see, our storms are struggling to get their acts together. So still a little bit on the weaker edge. But we do need to keep an eye on those storms, because if they do fire, that should be our peak tornado threat. Because if we come back over here to our meso analysis, is blue and darker, like kind of like purplish color here. That is where our strongest wind shear is at the moment. We have around 20 knots to 25 knots over here as well. Pretty weak though. I'm back over in this region, but right over in here, there's kind of the core of some of our stronger lower level wind shear. And that should spread out eventually. Spread out a little bit more into the area of where these storms are in West Virginia. So they could become maybe a little bit more tornadic as time goes on. But thermodynamically, they have a little bit of time. Seems like they're sitting in around 500 joules per kilogram. Most of our instability is back over here into Kentucky. And that should eventually push off to the east with a cluster of storms, which will have that tornadic potential as all of that kind of rides together. But it mainly just depends on whether or not these storms in Kentucky really can get their act together. I still think, even though we just had a tornado warning, these storms further north still have a relatively low tornado threat to them. Does Virginia have any? Oh, and I already read that. Let's see. Dentists use clove and stuff they clean their teeth with. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we'll look it up after the stream for sure. Well, I appreciate that, Terry. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and I hope you're, I hope you have a good day at work. Like our velocities are behind a little bit here. And definitely a weird signal still coming out of this storm. Still appears to be suffering from some side lobe contamination. Wouldn't surprise me if they threw a warning on that one, just because it's in a quite the radar hole. I mean, our closest radar, though, to it, which appears to be this one near Charleston. Let me check this one up here. Yeah, is showing some rotation there. But again, it's all located in the inflow. Our main area where our mesocyclone would be way to the west of that. So still low confidence on how legitimate that signal is at this point. Yeah, I have a pretty high tolerance for annoying people, but coming into somebody's chat and saying there's a tornado on the ground when there's not, that's pretty much where that limit is. "5 p.m. According to the latest model runs, this should be starting over here. So just some blips. Got a lot of blips in the Kentucky area. All right, let's check back in with this storm, see if we still have a golf ball size warning on it. We do, and that is still pushing towards the Summersville area. Again, most of our hail with this storm here in West Virginia is going to be mainly in this pink and black area here. Could still be some hail further up to the north towards Clay, but might be a little bit on the smaller side. Our hail core with this storm, though, still is in this area. Going to make a pretty close approach to Summersville, Nettie, and Richwood. Back up a little bit further to the north and west, still monitoring the progression of this storm as well. Just passed through Buffalo, is about to come over here into 77. Again, this is warned for some ping pong ball sized hail. And that's going to be moving into the extra confidence Sigman, Liberty, Young, Fairplane there in West Virginia. And then further off to the north, this one is mainly a damaging wind threat, but it could be carrying, a little bit of hail of up to 1-inch sized hail there in Reedy, West Virginia. And then back over here, still monitoring this storm to the best of our ability in this radar hole. Appears to be getting closer to the radar. Definitely seems like there is some broader circulation with it right now, but it's really not overly concerning at this point in terms of like dangerous or danger. Where is... Did they go north out of Charleston? Yeah, they're going north, it seems, out of Charleston. They're on 77. They're going to be intercepting this ping pong ball sized hailstorm here in a little bit. So we should be able to get a nice little view on this storm. Ohio's had some decent little hailstorms up there. But looks like the threat for Ohio is on the downtrend for now, unless we get some other storms fire. Yeah, I would certainly be, with all these storms in the West Virginia area, I would certainly, be ready for them. There is definitely a large to very large hail threat today. We've had already a hailstorm with some baseball-sized hail. Can't completely rule that out happening again. So certainly, a day to be weather aware out here. We already saw Pennsylvania storm trackers get pelted by potentially golf ball sized hail earlier. All right, I'm going to take this moment to get some water real quick. I'll be right back. I'll leave these guys on so you guys can be somewhat entertained as I go through that. I'll be right back.
No. We're definitely in the worst of it down here.
So you're talking about all that? That's all hail.
That's crazy.
We're going to go right into that. We're going to find somewhere to pull over. Mm-hmm.
Shall I catch some with your helmet?
If you want to. I want to get a picture with you on the ping pong size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind.
That's the problem with that.
Wind-driven ping pongs?
Yeah. It'd be nice to find something to hide under.
That's no fun.
Yeah, until we blow both our headlights out. Can't go home.
I'll hold a flashlight out. How about that?
My Lord, lady.
Look at his scud raising up.
What?
I'm trying to... Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
See it over here?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I want to top gas off before that gets here.
Are you close enough?
In 2 miles, take exit 114 for West Virginia 622 towards Sissonville, Pocatello.
What's the lightning? Lightning.
Find gas.
I want more hail. I want to eat the hail. Yum, 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 yum. Think that would be entertaining for our viewers
Maybe.
if I ate the hail. Mukbang hail edition.
Oh, wow. Look at that storm.
Jonathan.
That's a storm right there.
I know he told.
If I've ever seen one.
I love me some nice clouds.
Did nobody else find that funny?
What I didn't hear you. I'm
I
sorry.
said mukbang.
All right. Well, let's see what's happened since I've left. Yeah, still got some ping pong ball sized hail on this storm now, pushing into Young, Liberty, and Sigmund. And after that's going to be Highway 77, Mount Tell, Kentucky, without the Y, and Advent. We just got an update as well on this storm. Still with golf ball sized hail, heading into Summersville. Pick back over with this storm over here. Yeah, still appears to be a pretty outflow dominated storm at this moment, heading into Wortland and Ironton. These storms back over here are still trying to organize, but failing. And then these ones back over here in central Kentucky are still struggling to get their act together. What is going on with those storms, I wonder? What is going on with them? A little bit of a capped environment. A little bit of a surface inversion building out there. And we do have our newest mesoscale analysis, so let's kind of go over the latest information on this. We do still have around 1,000 joules per kilogram out in front of this storm here in West Virginia, so that one will probably remain our biggest hailer for now. Back over here near Kentucky, we do have a little bit of a capping inversion starting to build in. Let's look at the mix layer. Yeah, a little bit there. Definitely still some decent thermodynamics, though. The storm shouldn't really struggle too much. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for north of Charleston near Big Chimney and Clendenin for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Our lower level shear is picking up here in the eastern portion of Kentucky. So, again, if any storms fire in this area, that's going to be pretty much, in my opinion, the biggest threat for tornadoes. You can see our storms up here in Ohio and West Virginia are kind of out of that wind shear. Still around 25 knots, though, up in this area, but it's a little bit farther and few between, so it doesn't have that blue shade to it. But, yeah, I mean, there still is some shear in this atmosphere. I do want to see where our forcing is at the moment. Yeah, it seems like most of our forcing is over here. And might have to watch over here into this area for, maybe some storms to try to mature. But that might be the problem with these storms in Kentucky until it can move into an area where there's a little bit higher forcing. But you can see where our biggest storms right now are right in that core of that forcing. Again, the 300 millibar winds, as the winds spread apart, essentially they just, kind of form a vacuum. And air has to fill that vacuum in. And that's why these storms, fire, and it kind of forces the storms to rise and to mature in this environment. And right here in these pink little lines, that indicates where our strongest forcing is, right there on that Ohio and West Virginia border. And that's why we got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over here at the moment. They just extended this one, or just updated this one, still quarter-sized hail. Oh my goodness. And a wall cloud? Oh my gosh, that's a wall cloud. Oh, not a wall cloud, a shelf cloud. Look at that. We might get a real beefy wall or shelf cloud come in. They're near Culloden, West Virginia. They're on I-77. Near this ping pong ball sized hailstorm, and wow, that just looks like it looks more like an avalanche than a storm. That's gonna look pretty crazy as it crosses over the car. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I can't tell if they're low clouds or if that's just the fact that they're 600 feet elevated in elevation here. So they're 600 feet above ground level here, or ocean level. It looks like they extended that severe thunderstorm warning in West Virginia into Cordova, Oscar, Clerco, Duo, and North Bend. Man, look at that thing. Wow. That is a crazy looking shelf cloud. My goodness. Let's listen in for a little bit.
You want it to get crumbled by hail again?
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to be in the hail core yet again. Some golf ball or some ping pong ball sized hail could be possible here. They're getting gas and running. Well, they better hurry up.
Ooh, it's getting closer.
Wow, look at that thing. Yeah, no problem, Kathy. Thank you for tuning in.
All right.
That's That's just
What
a
a shelf cloud.
All right, we're going without gas.
Legend has it
It's not in the
Mothman
ratio,
is
we're
inside
fine.
of that shelf cloud
It
right
actually
now.
kind of is.
Well, it's not as big of a ratio.
Oh, it got real bad right here.
Okay,
I can't. I don't have enough service to this to work.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Woo wee.
Oh, they're moving.
Well, this isn't even
They're
streaming.
gonna run away from it.
Are you kidding?
No. Wait, mine is. Why is it not streaming on here?
Oh, y'all hear that thunder? Yeah, I think they might run away from this storm. They might have had enough fun with all that hail already. Which you can't blame them. Cannot blame them. That was a really cool look to that storm, though. You'll be all right, Maria. This is not the kind of storm that's going to be coming into Mississippi. You'll be all right. Yeah, that's this storm over here that has that crazy looking shelf cloud to it, coming into Pocatello, Legg and Wallace, Advent and Blunden. Oh my goodness, there it is again. Thought they were running. They might not be running.
It is an idea that Mars
bet
has
it's
pondered.
wet.
Don't know.
Oh,
Man, look at that thing.
Bowl. It made like a U shape. Very cute.
Oh, that's
Wow,
moving
look how
quick too.
fast.
Chad. Okay, like I don't think we're off the road, are we?
I think we are for the most point.
In chat on
I
X?
don't know if
Okay.
I'd say that, but sure.
I mean, either way,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
kind of
Yeah,
screwed
we
with
saw that
wires.
live.
Just drive into the middle of the field, bro.
Yeah, this is live right now.
Who really cares? Nobody like owns this field.
But yeah, Blondie, we saw that live
Probably
on
Dollar General probably does actually.
And what are they
live
gonna do
on
with it? Like plant corn? Come on.
PA Storm Tracker stream. All right, the hail should be coming soon.
Listen to it. You hear it?
I do.
Let me get a feel for if I'm getting out or if I'm just.
Yeah,
It's
ping
straight
pong.
line. I mean,
Thank you for all the new subs, guys. Appreciate you.
Oh, nice. It sounds like they're having a
what do you
good
think?
stream.
Stay
They
here,
deserve
go
it.
over to Dollar General?
It's coming quick. I'd go to Dollar General. Although, if it's coming this way, I don't want anything to.
We
Wow,
have a
building.
better view.
Very interesting. Yeah, and that's this storm right here coming in hot over here near Big Chimney and Clendenin. Guys need to be indoors and continuing to be away from windows there. I am curious, do we have any cameras in and along 77? We do not. Closest ones are going to be in Charleston, and I don't think those are going to have as good of a view. No, they're not. All right. Come back over to here. Yeah, this storm is now pushing off to the east. Maybe a little bit less outflow dominant as on some of our latest scans. It might be trying to curl up here a little bit of what appears to be an outflow boundary out in front of it. But this is pretty much right on the border of Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio. It's going to go north of Huntingdon, and there is still a little bit of circulation here south of Lawrence, heading towards Aid. Little update on this storm. It is now crossing over 19, heading towards Nettie. South of Nettie, potentially some pretty decent winds on the southern side of the storm yet again. About to push into Mount Lookout Pool, Mount Nebo, here into kind of southern central West Virginia. And these right now are our only severe thunderstorm warned storms. These storms over here are trying to intensify a little bit, but that's not really in the right area. It's going to be these storms back over here that are going to be associated with some of that wind shear. They might actually be a little bit behind it, actually. Let's see what this storm is warned for. Just got an update. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail pushing into Ironton right now. Oh, looks like the precipitation is increasing here. Let's listen in. See if they're in
Listen
the
to
hail.
that wind.
Oh my
Getting
goodness.
so clear over here.
I know. Here
Up
comes the
there.
hail. I can't put you out there because it's.
You'll get
Apparently
the
there's some
idea.
pretty strong wind with this storm.
Oh, I don't know about these power lines. Yeah, because we got swirling winds here.
Alright, let's just move it.
Oh boy. It's getting started. It's going to be wind-driven hail, too.
No.
And West Virginia storms do not play.
Right now.
I'm definitely seeing marbles.
Definitely not what we had.
Wow, that's a lot of hail.
Your side, man.
Yes.
Yeah, these storms are moving real fast, so it'll go 0 to 100 pretty
US
quickly.
Route 2, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I think that's all the hail we're getting.
Wow, we got rain.
Pretty strong winds with this storm as well. You can see that hail core. Oops. That hail core passed over them real fast. They're over here on 70. Let me see what this. Yeah, it's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but it seemed like those winds were pretty strong there, at least when they looked out the window right before that storm came through. Yeah, latest scan on this storm, still some broad circulation with it north of Ironton. Pea-sized hail. Nah, it's probably a little bit bigger than that. I'm not sure if they were in the main hail core, though. Clendenin, yeah, you're going to get that main hail core of the storm, and this is what's coming your way. It's going to be a brief moment, but some stronger winds or some 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially up to a 1-inch hail. Okay, so they did. Interesting. They did downgrade it on the southern warning, but I'm wondering if there still is maybe potentially some ping pong ball sized hail in this kind of that northern portion heading towards 79. Kind of hard to tell though, just by radar. Seemed more in the 75-mile-per-hour range. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. If they were able to keep their window down, we would have had a better understanding of just how fast those winds are. But just given the fact that we're looking through a windshield and it, they appear to be on top of some sort of hill or mountain. Probably a hill since they're about 600 feet above sea level. It's kind of hard to tell because of all that precipitation, and the clouds probably went right into them, to be honest. Yeah, so I guess they let this storm go by, and then they just wait for the next one. This one over here. So eventually, we'll probably get a view on the storm that is currently in southeastern Ohio, heading towards Aid. This one also has some hail in it, but I think the main threat with this one is going to be those 70-mile-per-hour winds pushing into the Aid region. I'm going to see if there's any news to report to you guys. I want to see if anybody ever actually got a picture of that baseball-sized hail in West Virginia. I'll search for a little bit, see what I can find. Oh, yeah. At the very least, some 2-inch hail. I found a report out of WSAZ out of the area. And near Huntington, West Virginia, egg-sized hail was reported there. Oh, there's the baseball-sized hail. It was in T.S. Valley, West Virginia. Just found a photo of it. Check that out. Wow. I'm going to retweet that. Not every day you see baseball-sized hail in West Virginia. I think that's probably what prompted that warning. I'm not really seeing many other posts. That might have been just that reported potentially from local news media to the NWS out in the area. Also, a lot of reports of like accumulating, like a lot of accumulation of a lot of smaller hail, like near the Charleston area as well. Yeah, it's a big old hailstorm or stone for sure, especially for the West Virginia area. You guys don't typically get these real big hailstorms that often. Here's some more photos and videos out of the area. Let me see if I can show this. Probably not. All right. I can put the link in here. Some videos of the hail falling and also potentially a little bit larger than quarter-sized hail. And there does appear to be some pretty strong winds on the southern side of this. It's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but right there and there, associated with anything, not really. Could be like a leading edge of a gust front. Here on the southern side of this storm near Bruce, might be a little bit stronger than that 60-mile-per-hour wind warning there. And it really seems like this storm is trying to wrap up. Still some broad circulation with it. You can see, though, that hail and rain is wrapping around that mesocyclone. And we do have a little bit of an inflow trying to work its way in there. Still worth keeping an eye on this storm. There does appear to be like a little bit of an outflow boundary here. And whenever the storms kind of latch onto it, they start to rotate a little bit, even though our wind shear, actually, I think our wind shear might just be poking into that storm. Let me check. Our lower level winds. Yeah, they are just poking into that storm there in southeastern Ohio. Still pretty weak wind shear, but there is some there. Oh, can't completely rule out. I mean, this one's got the strongest wind shear out of all of them. Still relatively on the weaker side. Will probably predominantly for most of its life be a hail threat, but got to keep an eye on it just in case as that moves off to the east. And hopefully that hail actually doesn't get upgraded, because I just realized, with the 70-mile-per-hour winds, if you get anything larger than like ping pong ball sized hail, it can cause a lot of damage. Tennessee's looking pretty good. We were thinking that some storms could fire along here and make their way all the way down into Tennessee, but so far they've been struggling to get their act together. It does look like, though, there might be a little bit of something over here, east to south Fulton near Puryear. Trying to get started there. Shouldn't really have much of ability to do much there, though. Maybe a little bit of rumbles of thunder. In your 20s, you lived in a mobile home and you got hit with baseball-sized hail. Oh my gosh, that is terrifying. I can't even imagine. Wow. Jeez Louise. Trailers are not also, they're fun fact, as Christine just made very apparent in chat. Hail and trailers do not mix, especially if you got one of those trailers that have like the vinyl siding to it. Things look pretty interesting. The windows are weaker than normal homes, so the hail, I mean, you don't even really need baseball-sized hail to go through the window of a trailer, but yeah, I mean, baseball-sized hail, geez Louise. That is scary. Did you get hit by any of the hail? Can't imagine that size of hail. In Portugal, we get spooked with golf ball size hail because we don't know, because we don't get hail that often. Where's Portugal? I could be about to Portugal. I think it's up here, right? Is it not? Crap. Dang it. It's got to be up here. Dang it. Everybody's going to call me stupid. It's next to Spain. Okay. Whew. Oh, there it is. Little Portugal. Yeah, I could see it. I could see hail being possible over here. Do y'all get like water spouts and tornadoes over there? See, I'm not super stupid, just a little bit. Geography wise, I am not that smart. All right, over here near Scott Town, still got some hail and some potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds coming your way. Looks like our rotation is still struggling, though, to get itself fully organized. And then back over here, we keep on getting some weird signals, but I think a lot of that is side lobe. Over here, where our mesocyclone would be, still some pretty brief rotation there for now, or some weaker rotation. I feel like Portugal would be like, if they had like a rift there, that'd be like one of those countries where they joke about it falling into the ocean. Do they make jokes like that in Europe? Probably not. I mean, United States, I've found out the older I get, other countries kind of look at us as like psychopaths. Apparently. Or weird. I don't know. I've seen a lot of European hate towards America. What's up with that? Our government? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. To just become a raft and veer off into the Atlantic. Dang. All right, little update over here. Are we still dealing with some golf ball sized hail? Does appear like, yeah. Still dealing with some golf ball sized hail with this storm. That's going to be heading into Richwood, West Virginia here shortly. Let's come back over here east of Charleston. Yeah, Clendenin still got a storm coming your way. Looks like they did officially just keep this storm. Oh, look at that. Hail fog. Hail fog alert. It happens when the hail on the ground cools down the atmosphere just on the very surface, and it condenses the air above it because there's still moisture in the air. Here comes Mothman. That's what hail fog means. It means Mothman's about to pop out of the forest. Apparently, that's all West Virginia has. Pizza rolls, mountains, and Mothman. Yeah. Not a whole lot of rotation with these storms yet. Frogman? That's not a thing. But, I said the same thing with Mothman, but apparently Mothman's really popular. Oh, pepperoni rolls. Sorry. What are those, by the way? I'm going to search a photo of them. Pepperoni rolls. Goodness. I don't even know. I got to make sure I find the right kind. Pepperoni rolls. Images. Oh. So it's just kind of like a pizza, but with pepperonis, and it's like it kind of reminds me of of Hot Pockets. West Virginia invent Hot Pockets. Is that what we're finding out here? Jeez, that's huge. It's like a whole pizza just wrapped up there. Is that what y'all do? Just make pizzas and wrap them up and call them pepperoni rolls? Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much it. That's them just literally rolling up a pizza. It looks delicious, though. Dang it. I can't think about pizza. I'm trying to lose weight. But man, I still have, for some reason, that Marco's pepperoni pizza box. Like, there's no pizza inside it, but I have the box still in my fridge for some dumb reason. Yeah, this looks tasty, man. You might just go to West Virginia just to get me some pepperoni rolls. Their state and culture. Just gonna find line. Oh, it does look like a hot pocket, though. Hey, you can come in here and say your opinion about things about Alabama, and I'll understand. This kind of food is not foreign to me, though. I will say, it does look like a hot. I mean, it essentially is a hot pocket, just like a way better quality hot pocket. Pepperoni, cheese, some sauce to dip in. I mean, you got to be able to see the similarities. Uh-oh. I'm getting canceled by West Virginians as we speak. I'm sorry. Pepperoni rolls are not like Hot Pockets. Hot Pockets are trash. Pepperoni rolls on top. Ping pong ball sized hail update for Lawrence, Cabell, Mason, and Putnam. I do want to try it. That is one thing. Does it? All right, here's the defining line here. Does the bread get coated at all in garlic butter? Oh my gosh, look at all that hail fog. Whoa. Not traditionally? Okay. Man, that's a bunch of hail fog. Again, guys, this is when Mothman pops out. I'm telling you. He's coming. Garlic butter, traditionally, no. Okay. All right. I was about to say. I mean, if it's always coated in garlic butter, you're walking a fine line of just basically a rolled up pizza. And this thing's kind of wrapping up again. Little area of circulation inside of there as well. Man. It's going close to Duo and Clearco. I wonder if there's like a mountain valley here and maybe we got some winds kind of getting diverted maybe a little bit more south to north in this area. Is there really still, I mean, as far as our latest meso analysis, still isn't a whole lot of wind around this storm, but it's trying to tap into something. Not a whole lot of strong rotation on it yet, but if you live in Clearco, Duo, Cordova, and Oscar, and Droop Mountain, you guys should be watching out for this storm. Max hail size is still quarter size. I mean, it's still golf ball sized. So they should be watching out for that regardless. But I'm going to keep my eye on that. That's definitely got another classic supercellular look to it again. Back over here near Sutton, still dealing with 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds pushing off to the east. It looks like the hailstorm for Clarendon should be clearing up, but Beaumont and Glen are going to be next in line there for West Virginia. And then back over here north of Huntington, mainly just a line still of some. It looks like they did downgrade those 70 mile per hour winds to 60 mile per hour winds, and you're still dealing with some ping pong ball sized hail. But we should get another view of this storm here shortly. Pennsylvania storm trackers are in and around 77. They're not going to continue to chase that. They will most likely reroute and get ready for this storm back over in this region. See, there's a mountain valley. I'm not sure if we'll be able to pick it out. There's a lot of clouds. Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe like to this? Map settings. That? Yeah, I can't really see. Let me take off these warnings. And there's definitely some mountains over here. Unfortunately, I can't really just clear out the radar here on this app. What do y'all think of this view? Y'all like this view? 3D view? Ooh, wait. You might be onto something. Oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. I would assume it's going to be for that storm. Yeah. Let me see. I mean, very strong rotation on it, to be honest. Seems like they might be warning it. They're warning it because of this radar, but this radar has definitely got some side lobe to it. This is the cleaner look to the storm, and it's definitely a lot broader than that. Let me check the rotation aloft on this. See what's happening a little bit higher up in the atmosphere here. There's a little bit of rotation aloft. Yeah. That's probably why they warned it. Not that much near the surface, but some rotation aloft. And, you know, if these are some big mountains out here, I could definitely see, you know, a little bit stronger rotation on the top of those mountains. So if you live over here near Cordova, Oscar, Droop Mountain, I'd be in your safe spots. Change my title real quick, and I'll thank those super chats. Sure, I spell Virginia right this time. Perfect. All right, let's see here. Who super chatted? Thank you, Shauna, for the 5, and also thank you, Rick Atkins, for the $20. Thank you so much. Pizza's on you today again, dude. Don't. I can't eat another pizza, man. I'm gonna get fatter. I've been trying to lose weight. Would you be mad if I didn't get pizza with that donation? Yeah, what do y'all think? What looks better? The satellite view or this view? I personally like this view, but who knows? Maybe people like the satellite view more, and I've just been satellite. Everybody's saying satellite. All right, let's see. We got another potential severe thunderstorm heading towards Milton and Hurtcon here in West Virginia. Like it's still warned for ping pong ball sized hail. Weight is a myth. Think about the garlic butter. Not a myth. I definitely gained weight during my last live streams. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of strong rotation aloft on this storm, but I'd still be in your safe spots just in case. That does look pretty cool. The satellite, you can kind of see the mountains. It's Mothman. Apparently, Mothman is just something that apparently there's 3 things that West Virginians care about. It's Mothman, pepperoni rolls, and mountains. That's what everybody in chat that's been from West Virginia has said. So we've been keeping our eye out for Mothman. This is apparently a man that is a moth.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Oh wow. There they go. They did extend this severe thunderstorm watch out to the east. That's going to be for Broadway, Harrisonburg, Grottos, Staunton, Charlottesville, Culpeper, Frederickson, and Richmond, Virginia. Oh, these storms back here are getting started. Here near Danville, Nicholasville, and Lexington. These storms can mature. This will be potentially a tornado threat, so we'll see if they can get there. We don't talk about Mothman in West Virginia. Well, a lot of people seem to think that was a lot of people talk about Mothman, at least in the chat. Maybe we just, for some reason, when we went live, the storms were near Point Pleasant, so that might be why the Mothman chat got a little bit rowdy. Yeah, still not really seeing too much here near the surface. Yeah, some broader rotation there. So are we all in agreement that
a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued?
That satellite mode is better? I guess it does. I kind of like it. I'm not going to lie. It is something new and fresh. So my brain's going to like it. Do you like or dislike Country Roads, the song? Okay. Interesting. All right. It looks like we just got a new update here on our severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be heading towards Summersville and Craigsville. Also over there near Sutton Flatwoods and Birch River. Still got 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But yeah, this right here has got some golf ball sized hail in it. So they did upgrade that warning. So if you live near Summersville and Craigsville, a second round of that hail seems to be pretty probable here. You feel like you have to like it? You don't have to like it. Hey, we are open to opinions, right? We started off the stream thinking Mothman was just some BS mythical creature, and it probably still is. But now that we know that Mothman has a following in the West Virginia area, we've at least been looking into it and keeping our eye out for him. I mean, we had some hail fog earlier, and he didn't pop up, so not sure if we could get any better opportunity than that. Safe spot mugs. Safe spot mugs. You guys really do ask for merch like every stream. I almost feel bad continuing to say no, but I'm gonna continue to say no. Not a bad idea though. Safe spot mug. I feel like when I drink coffee, my brain goes into its safe spot. So it does have like a hidden meaning behind it. It's certainly creative. Get that warm coffee feeling. A little jolt of caffeine early in the morning. Y'all really like, why y'all like merch so much? I guess since it's weather related, there's not a whole lot of weather related merch. Let's check. Are we dealing with mountains? Oh man, how cool would that be if when you turned it to 3D, the terrain got 3D as well? That's what they need to do for sure. Because then you can see how close like the bottom of the storm was, or the scan of the storm. Look, you can even see shadows. That's what I like most about this. The only thing I don't like about it is like, how do you tell what part of the storm is over where? I guess the shadows. I guess that's the point of the shadows, actually. Let me check. Yeah, that is the point of the shadows. I just realized that. It's actually not a bad idea. Pretty good idea there. I'll make that suggestion. I know that's something that they can do. It's a map service, so I will give that to them. 3D terrain in 3D mode? Question mark, question mark? You're pretty all right with graphic design? Oh my goodness. I don't know, man. Y'all, I'm gonna stay strong. It would be fun to make, like, not merch, because merch is like, just putting your name on everybody's t-shirts. It's kind of stupid, but like actual like weather products that are like have weather themes. Is that technically merch? Or is that a different category? Is that just a weather store at that point? I don't know. No one buys YouTube merch. Yeah, because it's stupid. Like, here, turn into an advertisement for me, please. That's it. That's all they're doing. When you buy merch that has like their channel name on it, like I get there's an element of support to it, but the best thing about it, especially for creators and why they do it, is because you literally turn into a walking billboard for their channel. Is branding. So whenever you walk around in the public with that shirt on, everybody knows who you are. Yeah. That rotation over here with this tornado warning is still got a little bit of something there. Really associated with too much precipitation, but there is a little bit there. So that still could be a legitimate signal about to head into Cordova and Oscar. Still not seeing a debris ball, though, thankfully. So I don't think that this thing is on the ground to the best of my ability to tell. Problem is, though, the storm is in quite the radar hole. It looks like our radar from the south that was showing that side lobe contamination is not picking up on that anymore. And it's actually giving us a pretty clear view of not really a whole lot of rotation. So I got a feeling they're going to let this one expire. We'll see. Have I been to Denmark? No. I wish, man. I've never left the country. If I did, I would definitely go to Europe. And definitely Yemen. I'm just kidding. That would be like the stupidest idea possible. I would get bombed by my own country. Definitely New Zealand. I think I would like to visit Australia. Australia seems to have a cool vibe. Honestly, to be honest, I think I would like to visit some of those mega cities in China if I could ever be allowed to go in there. Because those things just look crazy. I just want to see them with my own eyes. Greenland. I would go to Greenland before it becomes America, just to say I was there. Also, I want to go to the Bahamas and Antarctica. That'd be pretty cool to go to Antarctica. Their storms in Antarctica are crazy. In Argentina, yeah, that would be like that's definitely on my bucket list. I think is they get some really cool looking storms, just like we do over here in the United States. They have like a lot of storm structure and stuff. Oh, I would definitely be down to do that. It looks like some of our storms over here near Danville and Stanford are starting to try to mature. Let me see what their cloud tops are. Their echo tops or their cloud tops? Yeah, I mean, they're getting there around 36,000 feet. Again, if these storms can mature, they will carry a little bit of a tornado threat with them. Yeah, New Zealand is beautiful. Let me see if I can, with the satellite view, if we can like capture it in any way. Yeah, so they have this huge mountain range, right? So in the snow covered mountain range. So it's not just like, hills, like it's a legitimate mountain with like snow on the top, and then you have beaches in some places out here as well along the coast. The temperatures out here are really manageable, especially like in this area. Can get pretty cold there, but Auckland's beautiful city. It's like right on the coast. It's my dream to actually just live in New Zealand, but they have pretty strict immigration policies. Like you got to have like a specialized thing and where you can help out their country in order to get in. And I don't think they need a weather YouTuber down there. I don't think they have that crazy weather. And I most likely would be paying attention to the United States weather. All right, latest scan here, maybe a little bit more rotation there. Still kind of on the broad side of things, pushing into 219 at the moment. kind of becoming a little bit of a bookend vortex, actually. You can see it's kind of wrapping up more back here behind where you would really think it is, because the outflow boundary is here. A little bit of a bookend vortex on the back side of that. As that pushes off towards the east, towards Droop Mountain, Jaycox or Jackix and Droop. I love that city name. Droop. Back over here, we still have a warning here for some golf ball sized hail heading towards Gilboa, Worth, Calvin, Summersville, and Craigsville. That is still approaching. Still have this storm up here to the north with a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be pushing into Sutton, Flatwoods, Burnsville, and Birch River. And then these storms over here, north of Charleston, we should be about, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be getting a view of it soon. Because Pennsylvania Storm Trackers is traveling south on 77. So by the time they get to Charleston, they should be able to get a pretty good view of this approaching severe thunderstorm. The New Zealand you show me around, I you know what? I will definitely get. I'm definitely going there sometime. It's going to happen in my life. Rotation on the storm near Hercon. No, not really. Not really. Just some $0.5 sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, I mean, it's not a weak storm. It's definitely going to be a loud storm. Certainly be respecting that storm right now. Take you out fishing. Sounds like a plan. I'll let you know when I'm out there. If I ever get out there, we'll see. Pretty expensive to travel that far. Who knows? Maybe one of these days I actually get a little bit of extra spending money and some time, and I'll go out there, most likely during the winter. All right. Latest happenings over here. We have our first special weather statement for Central Kentucky. That is, what even is that? 0.25-inch hail. That would be close to dime size, I guess, or just a little bit less than dime size. Pea size. There you go. And 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Watch out. Peas are going to be falling out of the sky. They're near Campton and Hazel Green. How are these storms doing back here? Might start to get special weather statements for these guys as well. I wouldn't rule out some pea-sized hail there as well. Don't wait to do your bucket list. Don't wait to do your bucket list. Life goes fast. Well, yeah. Well, so does money. So, I do not have a whole lot of expendable cash, and I'm still saving up for a new computer as well. And that is, I figured out, going to cost a lot of money. Apparently, high-end computers are pretty expensive. Yeah, over here near Ashland, you do have a storm coming. Wouldn't overly surprise me if it got severe warned. Maybe for quarter-size hail if it can continue to try to increase in strength. Let's check back in with our tornado warning, see what's happening. Yeah, still some broad circulation here north of Falling Spring, pushing off to the east still. Kind of weak circulation right now. It's still very broad, not very strong rotation. Let me check in the upper elevations. Sometimes you need to do that for these storms that are over the mountains. Kind of look at a higher radar beam. Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of rotation aloft here. But it's still relatively on the weaker side of things. But we're still keeping an eye on it. Folks that still need to be in their safe spots is Renix Valley, Julia Droop Mountain, Oscar Love Ridge, Leonard and Cordova, though, can come out of their safe spots for now. See, New Zealanders are so nice. I've already got free accommodations. Like, apparently, I just need to get a plane flight. it'll happen. We'll see. I mean, this channel's not going anywhere, so maybe one of these years we actually, actually make enough money to make some differences. Because again, I have big plans. I just don't have big pockets yet. If we ever get there, I'm definitely going to be doing a lot in terms of really trying to increase either research or something. Either like a huge camera network or just research. Just really depends on what opportunities are out there at the right moments. I would definitely like to try to have an impact here on just generally getting the word out better on these storms. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here in Kentucky now with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Campton, Kentucky, near Hazel Green. And also, I don't know if you guys know, I'm gonna be trying to get my golf game up to the point to where I can actually compete in tournaments. So that's gonna be one of the things I do whenever I have free time. Filling radar holes. Yes. You know what? Honestly, that's not a bad idea. I want to. So there is a radar company called Climavision. They sell privately radars. But if I had like a lot of money, expendable cash, I would definitely buy a bunch of their radars, put them in all the radar holes, and then make that map public. I'm surprised no one's done that yet. I feel like I don't know how expensive those are, though. They must be pretty expensive. All right, latest scan out here near Goshen. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming y'all's way. Make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. To do something of the sorts. Oh, well, I mean, if anybody could afford one of those radars, it'd be him. So, I mean, that's great. That is great. I hope he gets it done. You live in the Northwest Alabama hole? Yeah. Yeah, you guys have a pretty, yeah, I mean, like one of those radars in Florence would be awesome. Like a radar over here in Missouri. I hate it when storms come over here. Even like over here in Texas near Palestine needs a radar. There's a lot of radar holes across the United States, and it like Wyoming only has 2 radars in its state. Same with Utah. I mean, you guys usually don't need a whole lot of radars, but especially where areas where severe weather is pretty common, there shouldn't be that the term radar hole should not exist. I also think they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire, so looks like this storm is no longer tornado warned. Let me go ahead and change my title. Probably have to pay for subscription to get the weather alerts soon. That is definitely a possibility. I hope it doesn't come to that, but because you never know, right? Yeah, it looks like Pennsylvania storm trackers are getting pretty close to the storms, or to Charleston at least. Yeah, we've been tracking it. The storm's not in Virginia yet, but it is approaching the border. So we go over the severe thunderstorm warnings like once every 10, 15 minutes, especially if there's an update on it. Sometimes faster, just depends. I saw that, Samuel, but like they have a lot of radars out there, but none of them are public. Like the thing that annoys me the most about news agencies is that they will they will buy a radar from areas like Climavision and then immediately hide it behind copyright. I don't even think you can use most news agency radars. Maybe you can. I don't know. I know some news agencies have their own radars. I wish there was just like an app that had all of that inside of it. The good news, though, out here, folks, is I'm not really seeing a whole lot of areas where we have any rotation at this moment. Seems like these storms are kind of struggling here. I have to watch these guys as they are a little bit more out in front of where our rain-cooled air would be at this moment. And then also these guys back over here, which are going to be in a better shear environment. You can actually see there's maybe a little bit of broad circulation already with this storm just to the south of Danville. So these storms will have a tornado threat with them. Could potentially be our biggest tornado threat of the day. We'll see. It has an old scan at the moment. Yeah, I think they only turn it on when they're needed, which is fine. You don't need radar all the time. Only need it when it matters. So, and it's definitely something that needs to be done and figured out and fixed. But the unfortunately the NWS is getting less money every year and getting cuts and all that instead of more. So it's like things like that are, like in terms of like model research and all that, that's going to fall more into the civilian hands and private corporations' hands as we move into the future. And that could bring out some good things. And, but it will definitely, one thing that is for sure is that it'll make everything much more expensive. And it's just not a very smart idea. But no matter what happens, there will always be weather coverage. It'll just be either the NWS and the the SPC and the CPC, or it'll be Google. Hold on, let me check the Google meso analysis. That's most likely could be a future there. The Google meso analysis. Well, let's go back over into Amazon Wise, our favorite radar app. Oh, look at this. We just got a tornado warning sponsored by Carl's Jr. Oh, no, that's going to be a thing, isn't it? This tornado warning was brought to you by Carl's Jr. Are you hiding in your safe spot, scared to death that a tornado is going to rip your house apart? Well, don't worry. We've got warm, juicy fries available for $1.99. Please no. Brought to you by West Virginia Pepperoni Rolls. WeatherX Prime subscription. Right. Exactly. Yeah, for all the broke people out there, you'll still get severe thunderstorm warnings, but every time you click on them, an ad will pop up. All the broke peeps. I'm just, I'm just never gonna pay. I'm a protest. Just never pay anything. I never have warnings again. I'll just be watching the skies. 1.75-inch hail still on this storm heading into Craigsville, West Virginia. These storms going to fizzle out. They can, but they're going to try to hold on. They are supposed to lose some of their strength the further and further they move into Virginia, though. It does seem like that Northern Virginia might get spared a little bit. Still definitely a damaging wind threat, potentially for Harrisonburg, but seems like most of our storms are going to be, our strongest storms are going to be in and along this region. And then maybe, these guys will most likely not make it to Virginia at all either. Find out where after this message from our sponsors. The tornado is on the ground in ad. There's a small black cloud outside your window in Nash Vegas. Oh, do y'all do that there in Nashville as well? That's funny. Oh yeah, you got a little boundary nearby you. Yeah, there is a little boundary passing over Nashville right now. Nope, there shouldn't be any rain on it, but there's might be some bugs. Might be some bugs and dust in there. Let's come back over here to Kentucky. Yeah, it looks like our hailstorm is continuing to push off to the east towards Campton and Hazel Green. There in Kentucky. Wouldn't be surprised if these storms started getting severe warned either. Any tornado warnings from Mars? Unfortunately, WeatherWise has not added Mars or the moon yet, so can't really tell you for sure. A lot of hail. Yeah, there's been some decent hail. We actually had a 2.5 or a baseball-sized hail reported. I'll post that link again. It was in Taze Valley, West Virginia. Yeah. I swear, if it's going to be like an episode out of Black Mirror if they ever privatize this kind of stuff. Oh, what's going on over here? It's a cool looking cloud. I don't think that's associated with anything, but it looks cool. It's like they're still traveling south, down towards Charleston. They might just miss this storm. Not sure if their radar is correct, though. Could be. I feel like they've been in this area for a while. Let me see if they're getting any hail. They might get hail.
Booker.
I love these scuds.
Yeah, I like the scuds too.
Flying up into that thing.
Yeah, we're right in kind of the hook here. Oh,
Wow,
see.
that guy is moving.
Then you get that.
Yeah, I have another good idea to give weather-wise. Imagine if they added like a navigation to weather-wise, so you can like put it in like a city and actually get a directions there, but it reroutes due to weather. Like it just reroutes automatically. I don't know how it could do that in a good way, but I bet you the coder could pull it off. Or if it could like tell you like, okay, yeah, like there's no good routes. Just find some place to park your car or something like that. That'd be a cool feature. Because then you'd have people using WeatherWise not only for radar, but also for storm navigation. Latest again on this storm, still not a whole lot of rotation on it, but some $half sized hail is still possible with this as it heads towards Goshen, Warm Springs, Millboro, and Virginia there. Then back over here in West Virginia, we still have these guys going on. Craigsville is getting some stronger winds a little bit, and also still some golf ball sized hail potentially within this hail core here going into Craigsville, West Virginia. Further off to the west, we have another severe thunderstorm warning with not a whole lot of wind, it doesn't seem, but it's probably stronger than what it appears. Max wind gust of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. AI could predict the probability of the path with insane odds. I guess it's not a bad idea. With a big no on the screen. That would be funny. It's like let's say you live in like Fayetteville. And there's like a 50% probability of tornadoes on the AI, and it says, and you want to go up to like Craigsville or like Marlinton, and it just doesn't even do it. It just puts a big old nope. Puts a big old nope on the screen. It saves some lives, man. And some windshields. And it seems like these main two leading storms are going to be our, or at least they're continuing to be our main severe weather threat, at least in the central Kentucky area. They do seem to be struggling to mature at the moment. Storm chasers wouldn't want to use that. True. True. Surely there's got to be like an override button. You're 46 and you're still struggling to mature. I mean, is it a lack of forcing, instability issues? Yeah, it'll probably lead you to this form and then send you a message about the danger with the smiley face. Let's hope not. Let's hope AI never gets to that point. We just got a new extension here of our severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like they're downgrading the hail to under an inch, and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat heading into Valley Bend, Mill Creek, Durbin, Snowshoe, and Marlinton. They're just capped. You're capped. It's funny. Due to instability. Yeah, I think that's the reason why I also struggle to mature. Lack of moisture. No. Oh no. That's I don't know how to think. I don't know how to take that one. Oh no. Here we go again. Ain't saying it. I'll need to calm down. This happens too often. Can't happen every stream. Yeah, it looks like almost every single bit of our rotation has pretty much gone into a non-existent. It lost all of its marbles. Lost all its marbles. Their marbles are gone. We have a low pressure causing our threat today. Oh, yeah. I don't think it's like, as far as I remember, I don't think it's near the storm, though. Let me see. It's more of just like a short wave. Our low pressure system, there is a low pressure system kind of nearby, but I think it's like up into Canada region. Yeah, it's like back over here. In Canada. In Mapleville. All right, we'll see what happens next. Kind of in a bit of an in-between moment right now. Only adult when necessary. Exactly. I think most people are that way. There are some people that completely shut off that part of them for some reason, but I think having a sense of humor is a good thing. I don't think it's a sign of immaturity. I think it's just a sign of being healthy. Stars firing off around Lexington. They are trying to. You do have some pop-up thunderstorms happening nearby Lexington, but it seems like the strongest ones are to your south and east. Looks like we just got an upgrade to this. They're going to allow this warning to expire near Summersville and Craigsville. Yeah, no problem. Dude, I've been trying to. I have literally been in contact with Adam. I've been begging him. I wish I could show you our DMs. I've been begging him. I really want access to it, but he keeps on pushing it back and pushing it back. The last message I sent him was, "I'm doing well, enjoying periodic breaks, but gearing up for another potential tropical storm. And thanks for the update." Yeah, he said things are going well. We want to polish it a bit further before releasing it, but we're aiming for a big time release this spring. That was in November 11th, 2024. So I don't think that's coming. I don't even know if he's gonna ever allow it to be public, or maybe he just wants to continue to polish it. I don't know, but I want access. It's a really, really cool program. And I believe what he's working on, Adam, in Canada, which is he basically made a 3D weatherverse that'll actually show you the storm in a virtual sense. Not like, Radar Mega where it just shows spikes. Like it actually shows a cloud, lightning. You can put tornadoes on it as well. It's a really, really cool program. It shows like the real-time lightning happening under the storm. And so like it's super complex, but and it's super cool. And I want to use it so bad, but it's TBD, to be determined. All right, new updates here on this storm. Like this severe warning is going to be allowed to expire, and this one's going to continue off to the east with some wind and hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still no rotation on that guy yet. TBD forever. Could be. Just like Atmos radar. Just like Atmos, my friend Austin was supposed to release a radar. He said during spring 2025, and spring's almost over. So will he actually release it in time? Who knows? It seems like radar programs are more complex than even the people coding them originally think they are. Exactly. That's exactly what I was like. I will do anything to have access to it, but they just it just takes time, especially like something like a 3D weatherverse. If it's not like polished and really good, then you might as well not release it at all. You got to wait until it's ready to go. Still quarters or $half sized hail heading towards Goshen. Like it's kind of pushing into the Warm Springs area right now. They're in Western Virginia. And in West Virginia itself, what is that? A little area of rotation here. It might be hail contamination, though. I'll keep an eye on that, see if it gets any stronger. Still no rotation with this storm back over here near Clendenin. But it does seem like that is going to be pushing through your area here shortly. It looks like the hail sizes are way down on this storm, now down to 0.75-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it seems like the hail threat is slowly diminishing up here in the West Virginia and Virginia area, while maybe starting to get bad over here into Kentucky, at least with this storm. You good to go to bed in Beckley, West Virginia? No. It's too early to go to bed. Are you good to Are you good to relax a little bit? Yeah. I mean, you got some storms nearby, but they're struggling to mature at this moment. Tostadas. Or tostadas. I've heard of those before. Tostadas. Oh, those. Oh, y'all really got to stop, man. You got to toast stop 'em. reminding me of all this good freaking food. I mean, killing me. Well, the pepperoni roll pizza talk made you order a pizza. I'm still thinking about ordering a pizza, but I know I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't, but my stomach is telling me yes. But my brain is telling me no. A nice, delicious salad with some strawberries. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I was about to say salads, it's impossible to have a delicious salad, but that is not true. I have eaten some real good salads. It depends on who's making them. But it's hard to get like a good salad out of like a chain restaurant. Now, if it's like more like one of those like fancier restaurants or sushi restaurants with their ginger salads, those are really good. Just eat some grass. Yeah, true. I mean, it's not a bad. My dog does that. He eats grass. Whenever he feels nauseous, he'll just eat grass to throw up. What he does. It apparently works. Psoriasis to go away. What is that again? Isn't that like a skin thing, like a dermatology thing? Psoriasis. Oh yeah. Oh geez. Does that like hurt or is it just itchy? It looks like it hurts quite a bit. Is there like any medication for that? Extremely painful. I'm sorry. Like, isn't it something that like flares up too? Like sometimes it's bad and then other times it's like okay. They put a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm now. It's gonna be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Huracan, Winfield, St. Albans, and Big Chimney. Lots of purple big circle in the middle. That could be a Buer. It could also just be an emerging storm. Yeah, it's just a merging storm. Sometimes, like from far away on the radar, if you look up into a storm, that's usually where the Buer forms first, which these storms are pretty far away from the radar. But I think in this case, it's just a merger, not a Buer. Depends on where you have it. Oh, okay. But is there, like, I know that's been around for a while. Do they not have, like, good medication for that stuff yet? I guess that'd be a tough one to fix. Usually skin diseases are is it something that ever goes away as well, or is it just something you have to live with your whole life? Oh my goodness, that sounds horrible. Tremfya? Does it actually work though? Hey Lisa, will it stop over the mountains or keep coming towards Seaville, Virginia? It's kind of stopping. I'm not gonna lie. The hail threat seems to be going down quite a bit. These storms back over here that are in some better shear are kind of struggling at the moment to rotate. There is a little bit of side lobe contamination on this storm that makes it look like it's rotating, but it's not really looking too concerning. I think our tornado threat might be going down again. We may be actually pretty close to the end of this, actually. Let me just check. What's going on? What's going on out there in the Virginias? Sponsored by Carl's Jr. I'm just kidding. Imagine going into mesoscale analysis and there's just like a McDonald's sign over here on the left. That's what's going to happen, folks, if the NWS goes away. All right, let's see here. Also, by the way, that joke is from Idiocracy, if you guys don't know. Yeah, it looks like instability is kind of falling apart a little bit. Over level shear is picking up over here, but instability is pretty low, and that capping inversion is starting to build in here quite a bit. And in this shear environment, that could spell doom for these storms. I mean, that's not strong enough shear, most likely, to overcome that. Let's look at our SRH. Actually, what's our significant tornado parameter? Wow, it's 0.5. That's a good sign. Positivity there. Storm relative, yeah. The storm relative helicity is not really going to be strong enough to kind of add buoyancy to the storm. So this capping inversion could be deadly for the storm. He might be pretty much done. It was supposed to be a short event. I really thought these storms in Kentucky might do something, but they've been kind of, it seems like they might have waited too long. Immunocompromised. Interesting. That's when your immune system doesn't work that well. Like, if you get like severely immunocompromised, doesn't that mean like you need to live in a bubble? Because like even a cold could like kill you. Any news about the severe weather on Friday? Any tornado threat for Chicago? Still a little iffy on that. There's a little bit of disagreement between the models, so I don't want to just wait till we're more in range before we're talking about tornadoes. Friday is pretty far away. It's 5 days away, so we'll see. It seems like there's going to be some ingredients there, but at least in terms of instability up there, looks like there's disagreement between the Euro and the GFS, with the Euro having more instability like further down to the south. I did make a video about it, and I did talk about it, and I think that way of thinking is going to continue to be my thought process until we get a little bit closer. Yeah, Thursday could be something if everything comes together just right, and so could Friday. But it does seem to be, at least as far as I could tell, a lot of our lines are kind of parallel, kind of like today. So there might be a tornado threat, but it might be a little bit on the lower end. There should be some lower level shear and some upper level shear in the area, but they might just be a little bit mistimed. It's kind of hard to tell at this moment. Do want to kind of wait till we get a little bit more in range, but overall, definitely severe weather is going to be possible again on Thursday and on Friday. So something to keep an eye out for. What happened here? What are we looking at? Is that a tree down? What are they doing? Or are they just talking?
Changes to any of these things at last minute. If some major outbreak comes up, these chasers are not going to come to our event. They're going to go chase. But as of right now, they're all supposed to be there. We also have Alex Thornton from Storm Cruiser coming. He is the big 6-door pickup truck that's a chase vehicle. It's really cool. He's bringing it with him.
6 doors?
We have... Hold on one second.
Is that a thing?
Here.
On a pickup truck? Oh my goodness. Jeez. That's a long boy. That's a long truck. It's like a Ford F1 limousine. Built for doors. 6 doors. Checking on this storm real quick. Still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading south of Salyersville. Yeah, I think they're having I think that's what they're talking about right now. I think they're talking about a storm chaser meetup.
Levi Lawfer, he's also from Southwestern PA. Jared Riley, Southwestern PA as well. Ethan Johnson and Rescue 136, they will be there. They are out from, you said Missouri, right? Illinois.
Missouri and Illinois, yeah.
Yeah, so they're coming in. I said Alex Thornton. Brett Musser, he's coming in from Eastern PA. Tim Marshall, I told you guys about. Meteorologist Cody Barnhart, he's coming from...
Hey, there's a big meetup happening, apparently. How about this? 8-door pickup truck. Is there a 10-door? Got me thinking. Is there not, there just, it seems like 8 is the limit. And this is like a limousine. I think after you get past 8 doors, that's officially a limousine. Which I'm curious, is there a truck limousines? There is. But it does not have more. It only has like 4 doors. The limousines do not increase the amount of doors. POV on your way to prom in Alabama. Hummer limousines. Yeah, they do have those. Yeah. All right, let's give another severe weather update. Yeah, still 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Hurricane St. Albans are going to be next in line. That hail's probably going to be pulling up into Hurricane within a couple of minutes there. So make sure you're sheltered in place there. This guy over here still warned for $half-sized hail in our southern storm here. Heading just south of Hillsboro. And then this one over here now in kind of northern western Virginia here. That one's mainly just damaging winds with $half-sized hail heading into Millboro and Goshen. Now, we might stick around. For this storm because I think PA Storm Trackers is going to be intercepting this. They missed this one, unfortunately, because it was going too fast. They're already in good spot for this one. All you got to do is do something like that. And then back over here into Kentucky, still have these storms ongoing south of Salyersville, continuing to drop 1 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Pickups are basically swimming pools on wheels. No, they are not. Get that thought out of your head. POV, you're going camping in Alabama? That's cool, though. That's actually really cool. Is these days don't have to... Wait, what? Don't have to get in your pickup truck. What was life? Oh, yeah, like mudding? Yeah. I used to go mudding all the time with my friends. That was the life. Mudding near the Flint River. Fishing, jumping off bridges into water. Voice to text is killing you. Oh, you're doing voice to chat text in the YouTube chat? Yeah. It happens. People don't do that anymore. Not at my age. People need their trucks. Yeah, no more parents that are going to back you up financially nowadays. You ruin that truck, you're stuck paying for it. Not in this economy. Chattanooga gets nothing. Well, you guys, to be fair, weren't in the severe weather risk for today. So that's how it was supposed to be. So yeah, I would say if Chattanooga got something today, you could say that I'm bad luck. You got insane photos from the Ironton, Ohio storm. Could I send those to you and show the viewers? Yeah, I could do that. You could send it to me on X. I'll put that link in here. Or you could join the Discord and send it in there. Discord link is in the description, which I would encourage everybody that is here right now to join the Discord. Lots of weather chatting happening over there. All the latest information gets spammed over there on storms, the risks, what people's thoughts are about the storms, the risks. Got weather historians in there as well. And if you struggle to get notifications of this channel, guaranteed notification from Discord every single time that I post. So, and you get to, chat with people that are in your chat, in the chat more often, if that is something that you want to do. So we'll see you there. I don't really talk that much in there, though, I will say. Looks like they did extend this severe thunderstorm warning for Charleston for that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think this is a me problem here. Yeah, it is. Let me fix this. There we go. Need to chat there more. I'm really not that social online. I don't like typing. So I don't post on Twitter that often. I usually just repost things. Just not a big online social person unless like I need to be for something. Yeah, I used to chat there a lot more often. But I've been trying to like not be on social media as much as of late. So and I always think like, we always chat here. So yeah, what you're seeing is let me see where they are at. They're in Charleston, West Virginia, and I think they're going up on a mountain. So we're gonna get like a sky view potentially if the trees clear out. They're definitely on some sort of hill or mountain. They are 1,000 feet above sea level right now. So they are climbing. What channel should you post photos in? You can post them in weather chat. Or no, there's weather photos. You can post them there. I got my eye on it. I got it up. Reminds you of New England. Oh my god. You took those? I guess your screen name is pretty apt. Because those are some W photos. Where is it at? It should be on this one, yeah. Oh wow, that's tiny. Hold on. There we go. So we got some photos and videos. Whoa! Oh my gosh, is this in West Virginia? That is crazy. That is such a cool looking storm, man. You got the view of the century. Look at that. Man. These. Yeah, look at all those striations. That is such a cool photo. That storm looks mean. That's a mean looking storm. Yeah, beautiful shots. Good job. You did great on that. Here, I'll chat. I'll chat in the Discord. Great shots. There you go. It's happened. For the first time in like a week. Is that reaction? Oh, are funny. Like a Thunderbird. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, latest update on this. Still 1-inch hail here, south of Salyersville. Back over into the western Virginia or West Virginia. Still no areas of rotation. Looks like this hailstorm is struggling here. Oh yeah, they're actually gonna. No, it's still. Oh no, that's the watch. What am I doing? Yeah, still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on this. Yet another storm potentially coming for Craigsville, West Virginia. Another one coming your way. Unfortunately, it's got some hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds in there. And then this guy over here in Virginia is now going south of Goshen towards Brownsburg. Still continued to be sheltered in place. And this one back over here in eastern West Virginia, heading towards Huntersville. And that is the latest. Lots of little storms out there for sure. Thankfully, none of them are looking too tornadic right now. Any what? Oh my goodness. No bulges out there right now. No bulges. Maybe a little bulge over here, but honestly not that impressive. Probably the least impressive bulge we've seen in a while. You're based out of Huntington, student at Marshall U. Interesting. Well, it looks like the weather is clearing up for you. There's still some chances for some thunder, though. Thanks. I worked really hard on those graphics. And the program that runs it. It's going to age well. It'll age like fine milk, probably. No, I'm not fighting it. I don't like it, but I'm not fighting it. I mean, it is what it is. I ain't fighting no bulges. Embrace the bulge. No. That'll be the very last thing I ever do. Don't just talk about the bulge. Become the bulge. All right. That's enough. We got our sillies out. This is a nice view. If the storm actually comes through here, we should get a really good view out of Pennsylvania storm trackers. Doing, Chazzy? Hey, Mr. Mubbas. Come here. Yeah. Oh, you're sneaking in some kisses. What you been doing out there? Oh, you snuck that one. You snuck that one in. Yes. Ow. You want to sit on my lap for a while? Let me get this thing out from under you. Oh. All right. There we go. All right, we got Chazzy the lap dog here. Yeah, and it worked too. Love that dog. Me too, man. Me too. He is the best dog in the world. Better than your dog. 10 times, 100 times better than your dog. People have been saying it's the best dog in the world. Can you pet that dog? Maybe. Maybe one of these days. Man, these storms are really looking anemic. Not gonna lie. They are still technically severe, but they are looking a little starved at the moment. Storm is passing PA. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna make it up there. Yeah. There's little storms, little tiny ones out there. They're not completely. I mean, look at this over here near Lewistown. There's some storms over there. See that? And Mino, you might still see something. Yeah. Yeah, they were in a instability buffet earlier, but some of these chonky storms that moved through earlier ate it all. I don't know how many times to try to move his radar with your mouse. Sorry. Oh wow. We got another update. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. I don't know if I can make this big screen and it work. Oh yeah, here we go. This was hail when it went through Hurricane, West Virginia. Wow, that was just flying in there. That lady is bold. She was getting hit, wasn't she? Looks like it snowed out there. All right, we'll do another message. We'll document it. Nice catch. Wow. Were y'all trying to move the radar too? That's the question. They have extended this warning a little bit further to the south and east. They're bringing it back up. Well, ping pong ball sized hail with this storm now. Heading through 64 and 81, Lexington, Buena Vista. We're going to be next in line. I wonder, I know we have some cameras in Virginia, but I'm not sure if they go all the way out there. Let me see. Jazzy, this is so much better. Why don't we do this more often where you're just on my lap the whole stream? Use my mubbies. See, near Craigsville. Craigsville doesn't have anything. But it's kind of like right here. Oh, yeah. Some hail on this camera. All right. Let me bring this into my program and I hate doing this with the Virginia cameras because the cameras are terrible. The program sucks. But are storms out in this area? I think it's right here. Yeah. This is north of Lexington, Virginia. And you can see there's a lot of hail falling again. But yeah, I remember that, Bucky. I think that was the first time you saw this channel, right? I don't think that's going to happen. Not really an EF5 tornado type day. I wonder if any of these cameras actually have a view of the storm itself. Can I not exit out of this like at all? Oh, no. I think that means we have to get a refresh and then zoom back in. That's a little bit annoying. And there. Just trying to see if we can get like a sneak peek on the storm. Ooh, it's dark there. Getting dark out on the East Coast. Man, these cameras are too close. Maybe this one, like if I was looking north, no. Yeah, all these cameras are looking at the road. I mean, is this the right area? Confused. Is that Lexington? Yeah, north of Lexington. I guess it's further back. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Something to look at. Yeah, it looks like this hailstorm might be intensifying a little bit. Ping pong ball sized hail, heading pretty close to Lexington, Buena Vista, and then Livingston here in Virginia. It looks like they allowed the severe thunderstorm warning on this storm here near Prestonburg, Kentucky, to expire. So I think I'm going to take a little bit of break here, maybe eat something. It's getting a little late. And if something comes back up with these storms, I'll go back live, but I got a feeling they're going to stay relatively behaved, at least over here in these areas. Maybe this storm might do something tornadic later, but it hasn't really been rotating that much as of late. That's inflow contamination. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, and if something comes back up, we'll come back live. But I think we were basically, I think our tornado threat already peaked, and if we're gonna get any more tornadoes warnings today, it probably won't be for a while. So I'll keep watching it, and I'll be ready to go if need be. But yeah, Pennsylvania storm trackers raid. Yeah, let's do that. Thank you for reminding me. I always forget to raid people. There, that, add PA storm trackers. Oh, I will rate them. So I'll send you guys over there. But thank you guys for tuning in for a little bit of severe weather coverage. I do appreciate it, as always. And again, if you're struggling getting those notifications, join the Discord. The link is in the description. It will guarantee get them. And yeah, we'll see what the next couple of days bring. It's going to be pretty quiet. A couple of thunderstorms possible, but nothing too crazy. Hey, Jazzy, what you doing? Want to say goodbye to everybody, Chaz? We'll go. What you doing? What you doing? But yeah. Yeah, thank you, everybody. And thank you, mods, for doing awesome in chat, as usual. And I will see you guys most likely I don't think I'm going to do a video tomorrow, but probably the next day. Just depends on what the update is on that Iowa risk. If it's still kind of the same area and the models are still kind of iffy, I probably won't post tomorrow. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and I'll see you guys later. And onwards to PA Storm Trackers.